just getting started, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure there is a light up here, but that is okay. We want to welcome everybody. We're doing the live stream right now on YouTube. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today. The North Carolina Film Festival is going to be running for 12 hours today. We're starting at 10 a.m. this morning. It's going to be running all the way until 10 p.m. tonight. We've got the Filmmaker meet and greet tonight at 9 o'clock, too. We want to remind everybody that while you guys are here, please check out the concession stand outside. I have been told there are bottles of wine for sale out there, so make sure that you check it out. We're going to be going through each of the films today. The first one, I believe, is The Gospel of Ted. It is a feature film, and it's going to run for about 90 minutes. That's going to be our first one. Then we have some shorts and some music videos and some animation throughout the day. So I'd just like to invite everybody to enjoy the first film, The Gospel of Ted, and we will get back with you guys right after this one's over. We are going to watch the credits of each film so that way we see all of the filmmaker names that were involved in each project. So thank you guys once again for coming to the official 4th Annual North Carolina Film Festival here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. We're just getting started.
I can. Can you hear me? I can hear you. You're a little quiet, but I can hear you. I can't totally hear the words you're saying, but I think you said to mention the things I want people to know. I think the microphone's kind of far. Sounds a little better, yeah. That's the one.
Film Festival. I'm here with filmmaker Alex Rhoden. Alex is the filmmaker behind The Gospel of Ted. How are you doing, Alex?
Good. How are you doing?
Very good, very good. It's great to have you. So, if you could, sir, tell us a little bit about the things that you would like for people to know about The Gospel of Ted.
All right, I'll try. I do have an echo, so I'm going to try to talk through it.
Okay.
So we decided in late 2020 that it would be fun to make a movie that was about kind of the current state of misinformation that we live in, where people are getting their own news from the sources they like, and we thought it would be kind of a ripe opportunity for kind of Southern satire movie. And so it was late 2020, still kind of mid height of the COVID pandemic, and we knew that it would also be an opportunity for us to make something that would kind of get us out of our houses. So we wrote something that kind of intentionally had small enough scope that we could achieve the scenes easily. The scenes don't usually involve more than one or two people in them. The kind of primary conflict in the movie is with this kind of faceless. It definitely has a name, Ted. Kind of a faceless antagonist that could be kind of filmed in a separate situation. So it was something that we could kind of achieve over time, and so we shot it over the course of 2021. And roughly finished it a few months ago. So we're hoping that the misinformation and cryptocurrency feel pretty ripe for us.
Yeah, and can you tell, without giving any of it away, can you tell us a little bit about Ferrari? She's leaving South Carolina, and some crazy things happen with her husband.
Yeah, so she's wrapping up her stint at the deadest of end jobs, where she is, as she calls it, a human sign, wearing a going out of business sign in front of different businesses. She quits her final day, goes home. She's been stockpiling all of her money so she can afford a down payment on a place outside of her trailer park, and finds that on that last day, her husband has put all of their money in a cryptocurrency run by a local self-help guru for a local magazine named Ted, and she's not allowed to get her money out back into a currency that she can use. So she has to go down sniff down the trail and get to Ted so she can get her money back.
That's awesome. It's it was very well received by the judges at the North Carolina Film Festival, and you're one of the finalists. And that's something that I hear that you're used to. You've had some films before in the past that have made it through film festivals. You've made features. You've done short films. Can you talk a little bit about your production company and some of the other projects and stuff that you've been involved in over the years?
Sure. So we're called Well Dang Productions. We're technically located in Greenville. My wife and I live in Asheville, and we lived in LA for a number of years. But we've filmed a lot of productions in LA and in the South, originally from the South. And I sort of have what I call a hyperactive creative disorder, where I kind of never stop coming up with new things that I want to do. So while we were writing this, we were also wrapping up on a documentary. We did a documentary that just came out in March. It's available on Blu-ray and digital. It's on a kind of a avant-garde duo from that kind of peak that showed up in the 80s called Ronaldo and the Loaf. The movie is called 23rd Century Giants. It played some film festivals last year and is now available for anyone to stream. We also have another short film called Endangered that has a couple notable cast members in it and has played at quite a number of film festivals. We filmed that in LA in late 2019 and then kind of wrapped up post-production during the beginning of 2020. And so kind of while we finish one, we kind of maybe submit it to film festivals and get it going. We start another one and we just kind of keep the cycle going. So I've even just a month ago shot a couple of shorts when visiting friends in LA. So here, we'll be here again.
Awesome. So you staying busy all the time.
Frustratingly so, yeah.
So you talked about being in North Carolina. And so the North Carolina Film Festival, we're ran by Eno River Media. So it's a nonprofit organization that's been around for 23 years. And our whole purpose with Eno River Media is to highlight filmmakers in North Carolina, let people know that filmmaking is alive and well in our state. Can you talk a little bit about what it's like to be a filmmaker in North Carolina and just some of the things that you've experienced doing filmmaking here within the state?
Sure. I only really have positive things to say because, like I said, we lived in LA for about 8 years, and the short I mentioned, Endangered, the budget for permits and locations in LA was more than the budget of the entirety of Gospel of Ted, because in North Carolina, just due to people's it's kind of untapped in a way that it is like there are a lot of interesting locations in North Carolina. There are a lot of people that are interested in doing this, but it doesn't have the kind of stigma that LA does, where it's so rampant. There are so many people trying to do it that it is it's kind of annoying to people. And so I think people are very receptive to, hey, I'd like to film something here. Hey, I'd like, I need help on this thing. There's a very open community of people that are kind of interested in participating. And it's a lot easier to come up with crazy ideas and have people be willing to kind of jump on board than it is in a place where it's more saturated. So I would say that in a lot of ways, it's actually it's the reason we moved here. It's one of the reasons we moved here. But it's so much easier to make things here. Like, I think that just in terms of the money can go further, and there are some things that are maybe a little bit harder to acquire or achieve than in LA because they're slightly less rampant. But the ways in which it's easier make it kind of a wash.
Yeah, and I've heard from some filmmakers talk about, just the location alone, that North Carolina, I believe, is one of the only places where you can get the beach, the woods, the mountains, and the plains all in one state, so it's really awesome that you mentioned that that's one of the reasons why you came here as a filmmaker, is because of the opportunities in North Carolina. That's really awesome.
Yeah, and so when we were doing Gospel of Ted, for example, like the movie is technically set kind of in the Greenville, Greer, South Carolina area, which is not particularly far from here, but a fair amount of it was actually shot in and around Asheville because it was easy for us, and so a fair amount of the movie was actually shot in North Carolina.
Awesome. Are there who are some of the people that you feel like that you'd like to mention? I know probably so many, but are there anyone particular that you'd like to highlight, as part of this project, and just help the project get made and is seeing it through?
Yeah, I mean the number. Sorry, a little echo there. The number one person I have to mention who is currently not inside this house is my wife, Lindsay. She is kind of inseparable from me, and in that everything I do, she's a huge part of, and I really can't do without her. Second, in the case of Gospel of Ted, Brianna Foister, as she goes by, the actress who plays Ferrari. I've known her since elementary school, and so we've been friends for a long time, and she's a big part of doing this. For example, like the guy who plays Hoyt Slocum, the older gentleman, is actually her grandfather, because we had some actors kind of fall out of commission like the day before shooting. So she's very committed, very helpful, and it wouldn't exist without her. Also, we had a friend from college. His name's A.R. Bryan. He showed up shortly before we shot a casting call out for doing the movie. I hadn't talked to him about 10 years. He found my phone number and called me up and was like, I want to be involved. And he was immensely helpful the whole way through. Because, it's important to note that because this production was done in 2021, we didn't really have a ton of crew at any point in time. We didn't have a ton of people on set. So it's very, very, like, behind the scenes, it's super bare bones. Pretty much all you see is... And yeah, and then the last person I want to mention, of course, is the person I co-wrote it with, Joe, who also plays Harry. I've known Joe since I moved to South Carolina when I was 6, and we've been making movies together since elementary school. So obviously, big part of that as well.
That's awesome, and it seems like with every film, there's something to be learned. That the experience of going from pre-production to production to post-production, I mean, the whole process, it's almost impossible to go through that as an artist and not learn something. Is there anything that you feel like kind of stands out from this project that you feel like, okay, that was the lesson from Gospel of Ted as a filmmaker? This is kind of what we learned with this one.
I think the lesson in this case was more of a kind of a mile marker in a way. Because I mentioned we do a lot of stuff. We do a number of projects every year, really. That for this one, it was less a lesson for next time and more kind of a confidence booster, I guess, because about 7 years ago, we shot another feature. We had roughly the same amount of money, if not a little bit more, and we had a much larger crew, and it was extremely hard. And here we are 7 years later, much smaller crew, and just kind of able to achieve something that has good production value and seems like a lot of people worked on it. I think it was more of a this. I think this taught us that we've come far enough that it's actually possible to make something and have it be just kind of fun the whole time, like never too stressful. I don't know how much it shows on screen or how much difference it makes. I don't think I'll ever know that. But really, honestly, it was, with rare exception, over the 15 or so days that we shot this, it was always just fun. We never felt super stressed, and it was always a nice family atmosphere of just having a good time, which isn't always the case when you're in a high stress, independent film situation.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely being well received. And, we really appreciate you taking the time to submit to the North Carolina Film Festival. And, I really, just want to thank you for being involved with this year and just for taking the time, as a filmmaker in North Carolina. We want to do what we can to recognize you guys, and congratulations and good luck on the awards this evening. That's going to be happening at 9 p.m. Is there a place after the film festival circuit is over for the Gospel of Ted that people can go to see the film? What is kind of the plan after the film festival circuit for people that may not be able to see it in the festivals? How can they see it afterwards?
Well, certainly. This week we finally put out the trailer. So now that it's kind of into festival, we put out. I'm sorry about my dogs here. We put out a trailer that people can see the trailer, and it's currently being kind of shopped around for distribution. So hopefully around the time the film festival stuff is over, there'll be an opportunity for people to be able to stream it or find it somewhere. So stay tuned at welldang.com if you're curious to know what happens.
There we go, welldang.com. Awesome. Well, really appreciate it, Alex. I was wondering if you might humor me for a couple just personal filmmaker questions here to close us out.
Let's try it.
Okay, can you name 2 movies that you love?
Brazil and There Will Be Blood.
Oh, There Will Be Blood. That's one of my favorite. Okay, what is a movie that you think is very popular, but you either don't like it or you've never seen it?
I've never seen 50 Shades of Grey.
Very good.
Is it popular? I don't know. We'll pretend it's popular.
I know. Do you have a movie quote that you know?
Ooh. I'll disappoint someone. I don't really think about. Honestly, a lot of the times quotes around our house come from our own movies.
Well, that's okay.
So
that's perfect.
I don't have one that I think stands alone. Unfortunately, no. Sorry. Maybe next time.
What's one from one of your movies?
Honestly, I think the one I'll go with is so in our very first movie we ever made, that Joe and I made, called Tapeworm, from almost 20 years ago. There's a character in it that continues to talk. He's just sort of a side character, and every time something said to him, he starts every sentence with, "Well, dang," and he then says, his line. So he'd be like, "Well, dang," well, shucks, and that actually is ultimately where we got our name from. Is because when people saw the movie after it was over, people just kept saying "well, dang" at us, and we figured people like saying it, so there you go. There it is. Just to tie it back together, it's "well, dang."
That's awesome. That's awesome, and that's a great story. It's welldang.com, right, for more information about everything that you guys are doing. We really
That's right.
appreciate it, Alex. Congratulations. Thank you again for submitting. Good luck, and we hope to see you real soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to thank Mr. Alex Rhoden for joining us today, and we really appreciate all the time that you guys have put into this film and for submitting it to the North Carolina Film Festival. Thank you so much again, Alex, and we'll be right back here live at
Thanks
the North
very much.
Carolina Film Festival. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Alex. That was awesome. Thank you so much, Alex. That was awesome.
Sorry, are you talking to me?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Okay, no problem. Thank you very much.
We really appreciate it, and we'll be in touch with you tonight. Just, I can go ahead and tell you that it's probably a good idea for
All right, sounds good. I'll tune in.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll see you real soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Anthony, ready to get out right now. What happened here?
I'm working on it.
Yeah. Is it really? See it.
Okay. Check. Testing. Check. Cool, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Sort of. The gentleman in the light gray shirt. I'm sorry, what was your name? That's right. What's your last name? Thank you. Okay, Tom and Patrick, if you guys can just scoot to your left just a little bit. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. About 2 feet. Yep, 2 more feet. Keep going, right there. That's good. Perfect. Thank you. You did right there.
We're trying to make a silent, well, we made a silent film, and we were trying to have it look as realistic to like the 1930s, 1920s as possible. You know, we used the old school film, which was a lot more difficult maybe than we thought it was going to be, but we had some technical issues, but we just wanted it to almost be like something somebody found in like their grandfather's basement or something. You know, we wanted you to buy it, that it was like, you know, something Chaplin could have made or something.
Very cool.
Yeah, it was shot on Super 8. So,
Okay.
Yeah, so then transposed to digital. There's only like 2 shops in the United States that do that. One's
Oh,
in
wow.
Boston, one's in LA, I think. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
we had to mail it to LA.
to mail it to LA and
Yeah.
wait 4 weeks to get it back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we didn't know what we had until we
Yeah.
came
Till it
back.
was over.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was more expensive than digital, and then it was also like when we were shooting, we couldn't do this crazy amount of coverage, so it put a little bit more pressure on the actors to
Right.
let's get this right.
Yeah,
Instead
yeah,
of spending
Yeah, 2-3 takes max.
yeah, it
That's
wasn't-
very cool.
Yeah.
It's very interesting to think that, you know, especially in today's age, you know, you would have the opportunity to just turn something black and white and maybe put a little bit of grain on it. But you guys actually took the steps to go through. That's a very artistic way to kind of approach the project. That's very cool.
Yeah. Actually, a lot of that should. Our other partner, Kevin Munzer, who, you know, the three of us write and work. That it was really he was the one pushing that. You know, because he's the technical guy more so than we are, and he really was. He just, you know, it was important to him that it was, you know, as authentic as possible.
Right.
we got on board with that.
So a gentleman gets his heart broken in the film. Can you talk a little bit about kind of what the story is and what it is that you guys had intended to say to the audience with the film?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we were trying to get too deep. It was, meant to be sort of a short that you would see back then, in between longer movies, kind of slapsticky. But yeah, sort of the arc was that, a guy got his heart broken and, kind of goes on a little bit of a bender and then, finds a connection with another human being and then, sort of realizes that it's not the end of the world getting your heart broken, and then there's a reconciliation at the end. But like I said, we had some technical issues, so some of the narrative arc sort of changed as we were editing.
What he's saying is that because the shooting on film is a lot more technically challenging than using a DSLR or an actually or a RED or whatever.
Right.
So we lost some footage. So we had to. But luckily it wasn't, it wasn't a whole lot of footage, but it was just, it cut the short a little bit less than the vision we had when we had it on paper.
Right.
So what happened was that we got the footage back and we were like, okay, we have some issues here. And then what we did is that we edited it, but we added more title cards that we weren't planning to do. As a matter of fact, we were trying to use the least amount of title cards as we can and really tell the story just narratively without words, and just let the story. It's an exercise in telling a story
visually.
Visually. So that was the challenge. That's what we wanted, but it actually worked out pretty good. It was a happy accident, as Bob Ross would say. So
yeah,
it was. So we got the footage back, and then we were able to. I think it might have even enhanced it with the narrative, with the title cards, in my opinion. So.
And that's the good stuff. One of the things that, we've even asked the previous filmmakers, and one of the things that I like to speak with filmmakers about, especially at the film festival, are the challenges, because it's like every time you do one of these, you learn something. You can't help but learn something with that experience.
Yeah, well, there's three things. You hear this from a lot from filmmakers. There's the film you write, the film you shoot, the film you edit,
right.
And it's usually a little bit different from all of them.
Yeah.
And you have a general vision, but then no one knows exactly what the final product will. Right. Maybe Stanley Kubrick. I don't know. Yeah. Not me. I'm not. I just.
And it's hard enough to do something, just in color with like you said, a DSLR, have everything look good, sound good, and everything. So when you're adding those extra technical challenges and those more artistic aspects to it, I can only imagine some of the stuff that you guys learned.
Well, Kevin Moonzer, who's not here, is in New York actually right now. He's working on a Disney show. He's a technical guy, but he's really good with all the post work he did on that, and the music was so important to silent film. So he really, a lot of credit is should be given to Kevin when it comes to that. I'm more of an actor-writer. He's more of a writer, and Kevin's more of the director. He's a writer too, but technical guy. In other words, where do you put the camera? Where do you do this? Where do you do that? And I know some basic filmmaking and whatnot, but that's his. That's why we work together as a team. But the post work he did on it was really important, especially for this kind of film we did.
Yeah. And do you feel like that once this film is complete and you guys go through the film festival circuit, do you feel like you kind of scratched that itch to want to do the silent film, or do you feel like there's going to be a feature maybe in the works? Did you enjoy it enough to want to do it again, or never again?
I haven't thought about it. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it was. There's no plans.
There's no plan
to do another silent one in the near future. I think it just came from when they dropped all those old Chaplin and Keaton things on HBO Max, and we were watching. We were like, "Oh, let's do this,"
Yeah.
And then, but I think cool. Right now we're sort of working on writing a longer feature that we're going to try to shoot ourselves. So and it's obviously, it takes place in like 2012, and it's in color and talking and everything.
Right.
So it's
a talkie film.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a talkie.
We're going to
graduate to the talkies.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So when people want to find out more information about you guys, they want to look up some of your other work or just get a little bit more info, how can they do that?
Facebook, Tom Olson, friend me. I'll friend you back, and yeah, that's the best way, Facebook right
Awesome.
now. I need to get on it. I need to do more social media. What is this? What is this Instagram you talk of? I don't know. Twitter, what's that? No, Facebook. So Tom Olson, Charlotte. I'm an actor too, so I have my headshot. Yes, I'm that cheesy. So I have my headshot as my profile pic. So
And you guys are in North Carolina.
yeah, we're in Charlotte.
In Charlotte.
Yeah.
So, one of the main purposes of our nonprofit, Eno River Media, that puts on the North Carolina Film Festival is to really advocate for North Carolina film, North Carolina filmmakers, and let the world know that filmmaking is alive and well in the state. Could you just touch a little bit on what it's like to be a filmmaker in North Carolina, and just some of the things, that you feel like, kind of set us aside, or maybe an experience that you've had about being here?
Yeah, I mean, I've done several shorts over the years, and an actor, and so I'm kind of plugged into the film community, mostly as an actor, a little bit as a filmmaker. You know what it is? It's a lot of it's networking. It's going to acting classes, going to meetups.
Right.
Like in Charlotte, they have the Charlotte film community in Charlotte. So it's called the CFC.
Okay.
It's just networking really, and getting plugged in that way through meetups. Also, I found acting class. I know that, or if you're a writer, going to writers groups. I mean, it's a small world out there, and somebody knows somebody else. Even getting equipment sometimes, or you can spend the money and whatnot, and we do that sometimes. But sometimes somebody has this. It's a lot of it's old school bartering. I'll
Right.
scratch your back. I'll do that. I'll grip on your film, and can you act in my film?
Right, right.
Stuff like that. So
Very
it's a
cool.
lot of back. Yeah, and people are really friendly, and that good old Southern hospitality is alive and well in the film community in Charlotte. So,
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome, very cool. So I just have a couple quick filmmaker questions, if you guys would humor me. So could you both name 2 movies that you love?
I don't know. True Romance is a movie
Okay.
I love a lot for the writing, and it's got everything: action, violence, romance.
Right.
I love the movie High Fidelity. I think that's a really good
Okay.
adaptation of the book, and I'm a music nerd, so
Very cool, very cool.
those are 2 of my favorites that come to mind. I don't know.
Awesome. Tom?
Jaws.
Okay, very
I
good.
love Jaws. What else? I'm a comedy guy too, so I'm a big fan of Wedding Crashers.
Okay,
So,
excellent.
Love that movie. Yeah.
Do you guys have a movie that it seems like is really popular, but either you don't like or you've never seen?
I kind of hate the movie Titanic, and it made me dislike Leonardo DiCaprio for years. And then I saw Blood Diamond, and I was like, oh wait a minute, this guy's awesome.
Okay, he's fine.
And I realized he's awesome in everything except Titanic is the only movie I don't like of his. But yeah, I never liked that movie. I never understood the big deal. But
Okay, that's a good one.
The movie I hate, I guess Dune.
The new one?
Yeah. It was cool to look at, but everyone was boring.
Right, yeah.
That's so arrogant sounding.
to
isn't
kinda
it?
agree with that
I'm
one.
arrogant a little bit, but I just was, yeah.
So the last one is a movie quote. Do you guys have a movie quote that comes to mind that is stuck in your brain?
I don't know. I don't know if I can do a movie quote on camera. It's too nerve-wracking.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
There you go.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you, gentlemen, so much for taking
pleasure.
the time, for coming. It's great to have you.
All
We
right,
really
thanks a lot.
appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks.
Fishhead Blues is getting ready to play in our main auditorium
Yep.
at 11:45 in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank Pat and Tom again from Fishhead Blues for coming to the official North Carolina Film Festival. We'll see you in just a sec. We'll be right back. Great job, gentlemen.
Thanks.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Mr. Daly is going to introduce Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here live at the official 4th annual North Carolina Film Festival. We're here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater in New Bern, North Carolina. So today, the official North Carolina Film Festival is running from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. tonight. We have films from local, national, and international filmmakers that are playing all day. We're also going to be doing some more live filmmaker interviews all day long. In fact, at 12:30 is our next one, Lioness, that's going to be coming up in just a few moments. So just stick with us here all day long. I just want to give you guys a little bit of information about the North Carolina Film Festival. So this is the 4th annual. This is the 4th time that we've done this event live. Eno River Media is the company that is putting on the official North Carolina Film Festival every year. So my name is Justin Yates. I am the president of Eno River Media. We are a 23-year nonprofit organization whose sole purpose is to advocate for North Carolina filmmaking and filmmakers within the state. And so the North Carolina Film Festival is a big part of what we do every year. We want to take the time to thank all of the filmmakers that have submitted their work to the festival this year. Submissions opened up in December. So for about 6 months, we had somewhere around 130 films that were submitted to the festival this year. 48 of them have been selected as official selections, and they've received those official selection laurels that they can use in their marketing efforts to promote their films. And then today at the festival, 22 films are being shown to a live audience that's here in attendance and with the filmmakers here at the live set. So we just want to thank you guys again for tuning in. Again, my name is Justin Yates. I will be your host for the rest of the day. We're going to be going all the way until 9 o'clock tonight when we're going to be doing the official awards ceremony. We're going to be giving out awards for Best Documentary Feature, Best Short, Best Music Video, Best Animation. We've got 8 different awards that we're going to be giving away this evening, so make sure that you tune in to that as well. Like I said, the next interview is going to be for the film Lioness. That's going to be happening at 12:30 in just a few moments. So thank you for tuning in, and we'll be right back right here at the New Bern Civic Theater, North Carolina Film Festival, everybody. Be right back here in just a second. We're live!
Yes, can you hear me? Hello, Justin, how are you? Yes, can you hear me? Wonderful. Great. Perfect. And how long is the interview about? I think you told me, I forgot. Great. Oliva. Sarah Oliva, yes. I am, Orlando, Florida, yeah. Can't see you. Hello. That's exciting. Hot. Hot, sunny, but like clockwork, it will rain at about maybe 2, 3 o'clock, maybe about a half hour. Tops. Universal is excellent. You're gonna have a great time. I go down every year. You said you're coming in September. It starts in September. I never miss it. I am there every year. It's my favorite thing. What's your favorite one? I gotta ask. Oh no, I meant what's your favorite house at Universal that you've seen? I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Oh, you are in for a treat. I don't know what usually they have like a big one. I don't know what the big one is this year, if they've announced it yet. Okay. Oliva, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. I am very, very happy to have Sarah Oliva. She is in Winter Springs, Florida with the film Lioness. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us today. How are you doing?
I am doing fabulous, and thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here, virtually.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. How are things down in Florida?
Hot. The same way they usually are, just very hot and humid. I'm even sweating as I'm talking right now. Excuse me.
Well, you have a fantastic film. It's one of the finalists here at the North Carolina Film Festival this year. Could you tell us a little bit about Lioness, please?
Absolutely. Lioness was a film that was partially inspired by my time volunteering at a women's safe house. And it's very short, as you could see. And it was just inspired by the bravery and resilience and courage that I saw from the women, a particular woman that I encountered. And I just saw this story very clearly in my head, even though it was inspired, it's fiction. And it really just is a testament to these women, these survivors, these lionesses, if you will. And I was able to just get together on short notice an incredible director, Molly E. Smith, who was also our cinematographer and editor, and an incredible group, Callie, Jacqueline, Bria, just an amazing group of people. The majority was women. It was only 5 of us, and we shot it in one motel room, less than 48 hours.
Oh, wow. So we talked to each filmmaker, and one of the things, that I've noticed over the years is that it seems like with every one of these projects, and we keep talking about this, there's always something new to learn. Every time you do a film, whether it's a short, whether it's a feature, that the experience, it's almost impossible to walk away without some newfound knowledge. Can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the challenges or experiences that you had, and some of the takeaways, some of the lessons that you guys had whenever you were making this project?
There were a lot of lessons, and what's Murphy's Law, if something will go wrong, it will. We had a lot of I should say, and there were a lot of police officers, and unfortunately there were a lot of situations where ambulances were there, and the story didn't actually end well in the real world. So we really, everything you hear in the film, all the dogs, all the ambulances, all the rain, which is Florida weather.
A little bit there. Can you still hear me, Sarah? Oh. I think we're having a little bit of a delay. I'm just going to hold a quick second and see if we can get Sarah back. So I just want to... Are you there, Sarah? So I just want to give you guys a little bit of background. So barricaded in a motel room, a mother's determination and primal instinct kicks in to protect her child's innocence. So Lioness is a very, very awesome film. And we're really, really happy to have Sarah. We're going to see if we can get her back on. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back here at the North Carolina Film Festival. Hold tight, we'll be right back.
Hello? Yes, I am so sorry about that. This is much better. Great. Is that better? I apologize for that. I have to do this in my... I am so sorry.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here with Sarah Oliva with the film Lioness. And Sarah, you were mentioning some of the challenges that you ladies had while making the film. And where did you guys actually shoot? What were some of the locations that you all were in?
We actually made the conscious effort to shoot it just in one location, in a motel room. We wanted that, first of all, for obvious reasons, we were shooting in the middle of the pandemic, and that was just something that was much more realistic for us. And we wanted to capture that sense of panic. And I know I'm making it sound like a horror film, and it's not, but that sense of isolation, and at the same time, that sense of comfort. So we opted, it was just a crew of 5 or 6 of us all in this motel room, and that in the bathroom, that's where the whole thing was shot.
Oh, wow. Okay. And you mentioned a couple of people that were highly involved in the project. You said it was only 5 of you that made the entire film. Did you want to mention anything about those people, some of the other people
Yes,
on your team?
absolutely. Molly E. Smith was our director, cinematographer, and editor extraordinaire. And she shot this film the summer she graduated high school. Like, it's so incredibly impressive. Yeah, she came, I had never met her before I got her name for recommendation. She was so on board. She was so faithful to the script. She had such a great vision, which merged with my own as the writer. We had Bria and Michael. Callie Wills was our our sound designer. We had Jacqueline Coleman as our makeup artist. Austin Becker did our music. So we had Eli Dreyfus did our backstage, and our casting director was Allie Cloversettle, and our incredible actress was Lily Jane. So it was only 5 of us. And to pull that off in less than 48 hours, and I don't know if you were able to capture before the feed went off earlier, but we had to contend with a lot of obstacles while shooting this.
Yeah, you were mentioning the police vehicles and the ambulances and that stuff. I heard that.
Police vehicles were there nonstop because of there was drug activity. Unfortunately, there were overdoses, and so they were there nonstop. The detectives, and so all of that. The sound, it's actually in the film, so it became a little bit like a movie within a movie, because we also wanted to protect our younger actress and ourselves. So we were insular. We became a bubble in this film. But it really, when you watch the film, it adds to, it heightens it, the aesthetic and the
it's very real.
That feeling.
Very visceral.
Yes, that's a perfect word.
So I have a couple, I've been asking some of the filmmakers a couple just personal questions, if you don't mind. I just got 3 that I'd like to ask you.
Absolutely.
So, could you name 2 movies that you love?
Can I name 3 movies that I love? Oh my goodness, you are really putting me on the spot here. 2 or 3. Well, I can tell you directors that I love, because I can't choose movies and actors. Okay,
that's good.
I love Pedro Almodovar. I love whatever he does. I love the actress Anna Magnani. She's this incredible Italian actress. And gosh, what else? I know what's going to happen. I'm going to go home tonight. I'm going to lay in my bed and say, that's what I should have said.
Always. I do the same thing.
That's what's going to happen. I wish I was prepared for that. Oh, goodness. I don't know, but I will say that
those are good. 2's what I need.
Most recently, a film that I really loved was Everything Everywhere All at Once. How about that? That's the most recent film.
Oh, my goodness. Wasn't it amazing?
I
saw it in the theaters too.
I have not seen a movie like that in so long.
no, we're going to it. They're like, we got to watch this movie. I'm like, what is it about? And they're like, I don't know. We're going to see it. And it was just incredible. That's the one I've been telling
Amazing.
everybody about that they have to see.
Amazing.
So do you have a movie quote that is burned into your brain?
Oh gosh. Wow, I should have been. I don't. I do have quotes that I love, but I don't think it's in a movie. I don't. I cannot believe this. I'm really tanking on this, aren't I?
What's a quote? What's a quote that's burned into your brain?
Well, the quote that I actually think about it when I'm writing, and I think about it when I'm performing, and it's a quote I always think about, and it's a ship in the harbor is safe, but that's not why ships are built.
Oh, wow. That's really cool. I haven't ever heard that. That's really cool. I like that. I like that. Very good. Okay, so the last one is, what is a film that is popular that you either do not like or you've never seen?
Can I be honest with you? I have seen the first 3 Star Wars, and I barely remember them.
Really? Oh, this is one of my favorite questions because this is the one that I always get.
Not because I don't want to, I just haven't, and I only recently watched my first Marvel movie.
Oh, really?
But I went through the whole thing. Like I watched all of them.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. There you go.
I watched all of them. Does that count?
Yes, absolutely. That does. So for Lioness, when the film festival circuit is over, how can people keep up with you, and how can they see more of the work that you guys have done? So how can people connect with you and see more about Lioness and more about the films that you guys are doing?
Well, we're in the middle of our festival run right now, so it won't be. We were not going to be releasing it for like another 6 months or so. But www.filmlioness.com, www.filmlioness.com is our website. So that's where we'll be posting everything, and you can also follow me on Instagram at Sarah Antoinette. We keep everything very updated, and as soon as our festival run is over, we'll definitely distribution or release it online, whichever comes first.
Awesome. Well, you guys make sure that you check out the website. Make sure that you go and see Lioness as soon as it is available. Follow Sarah on Instagram. Follow, subscribe, everything that you need to do to see this film, and keep an eye on these filmmakers because they're definitely going in the right direction. Thank you so much, Sarah. We really appreciate you taking the time today.
I appreciate
Please keep in touch with us, and we'll talk to you real soon, okay? Congratulations. Thank you for submitting, and good luck tonight at the award ceremony.
I hope so. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, guys. All right, we'll be right back, everybody, here at the North Carolina Film Festival. everybody, and welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. I'm here with Mr. Charles Honeywood from Chicago, Illinois. He is a filmmaker behind Pictures Only. Mr. Honeywood, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing great, Justin. Thank you for having me. How are you?
Absolutely.
How are you doing
sir.
today?
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us. Could you tell us a little bit about Pictures Only? What are some things that you'd really like for people to know about this project?
Well, Pictures Only was really a passion project of mine. The project was actually created through a competition that I submitted to that I didn't win, where the theme was Opportunity Knocks. From there, it was just a really long and rewarding process, and I'm glad I just never gave up. I had multiple opportunities to do so. It was just an uphill battle, and it really required a lot of growth, a lot of patience, and I'm just really grateful that you all officially selected it. I'm just grateful to be a part of this film festival.
Yes, sir, and thank you for submitting him. And for people that haven't seen the film, could you tell us a little bit about what is it about?
Yeah, so it takes place in the 1950s in a historic area located in Chicago called Bronzeville. It takes the perspective of a young woman named Louise Parker, stage name Lola. And she's recently let go from her job as an arts teacher. She goes on to apply for what she thinks is a waitressing job. Turns out to be an opening for a burlesque dancer. From there, of course, this isn't her normal line of work. She's usually the conservative type, but she finds freedom. She finds a different form of self-empowerment while taking on this new venture and this new journey. Of course, she risks being disowned by her mother, by her friends. You know, those were very conservative times. And from there, she just continues on the journey. And we like to leave the audience on the cliffhanger of like what happens next, you know.
Very cool, very cool. It's very exciting.
Thank you.
You know, I like to ask all the filmmakers, because it seems like with every one of these projects, and we keep talking about this, you know, you're always learning something new. And whether it's a short, whether it's a feature, it doesn't matter what it is. You get into these projects, and it's almost impossible to get through the entire thing without having, you know, some learning experience. You know, can you talk a little bit about maybe some of the takeaways that you had from this project, some of the experiences or lessons that you walked away with?
Oh yeah, definitely. Being the director and writer on this project and being attached to it from the beginning, as well as being
A little bit of a pause right there.
and I learned how to keep myself together, because I realized if I fell apart, the entire project will fall apart. So I really just learned patience. I learned diligence. And yeah, my biggest quality was learning just how to lead. With it being my first film, really just having to stick to my guns and just not giving up.
And that's a very, very valuable lesson, you know, and especially, you know, when it comes to chasing your dreams and, you know, trying to, you know, reach a level of success. It's a very difficult process, you know. So what would you say to filmmakers that, you know, they're considering doing their first project and, you know, may not know where to start or may have hit some roadblocks kind of along the way, you know, now that you've done it? And I mean, you have a film that has been accepted into a film festival now. You know, what is some advice that you would give to a filmmaker maybe just starting out, or somebody that's looking at being interested in the film festival circuit?
Sure. The first thing I would say, the most important thing, is make sure you have a strong story. You don't have a film without a good story. And once it's ready, take the time to actually rewrite, and don't skip any steps in the process, because then you'll be cheating yourself out of the experience. You'll be cheating yourself out of an amazing story. And another really important piece of advice is hire good producers. Those are one of the most important people you hire on your team outside of the director. If you decide not to direct it yourself, producers are the next most important people. They control your budget. They do the hiring and firing of your crew, the casting and stuff like that. So yeah, that would be my top 3 pieces of advice for a new filmmaker.
Very good. Yeah, that's very, very good feedback. And so could you talk a little bit about some of the people that you'd like to mention that helped you with the project? Who were some people that really stand out to you that you'd like for people to know about?
Well, of course, my co-writers, Rachel Solon and Kiera Peggs, they were very, very, very important as far as organizing the story, in addition to my story editor, Iman Mundane. I remember I was pretty much one session or one rewrite session away from just like scratching it all. But she continued to push me to that next limit by ensuring that the story was there. And my producers, Jennifer Karam and Ryan, who was also my DP, extremely, extremely important as far as hiring my crew for me. And then in addition to Grace Hahn, who was my line producer, making sure I had the right amount of money, that the money was going to the right places, you know, to the right people and the right things. And then of course my cast and my crew. It wouldn't be a film without the people who volunteered and hired, you know, were hired to deliver these amazing performances. So yeah, top to bottom, I could go on for days thanking people, but yeah, those are the most important.
Awesome. And where can people view some of your other work, or, you know, eventually see pictures only? We know that it's going through the film festival circuit right now, so maybe some time before it's released to the public. Is there a place, maybe social media or Instagram or website, that you can let us know where we can
Of
keep
course,
in touch with you and keep an eye out for some of the future
sure,
projects?
sure. Yeah, it's currently on 2 streaming platforms. One of them is called Quayle TV. It's KWELI and then TV. Another one is called OTV, which stands for Open Television. I know it is on a platform through Independent Shorts, the Independent Short Awards. The name of the platform is slipping my mind right now. But those are the 2 major ones that I know that it's on for sure. And it'll be public soon, once it's done at the end of the circuit. Right now it's private on YouTube, it's not public. It's an unlisted, you know, link and everything. But yeah, I'll make sure it's public soon.
What has the film festival experience been like for you, submitting your film, for filmmakers that have probably never done that before? You know, could you just mention a little bit about, you know, kind of what it's been like submitting, and, you know, what the process is like going through a film festival?
Yeah, it's been an eye-opening experience. I've attended so many festivals and have plans to attend more festivals that we will be invited to and that I can afford. The one thing I wish someone would have told me is that attending these festivals, you have to, unless you're like flown out or something like that, more than likely you'll be attending these on your own dime. But you'll be attending the actual festival at a discounted rate or for free, but getting there will more than likely be on your own dime. But it's such a beautiful experience. Like, and it's well worth it, like taking that trip somewhere. Just that moment of waiting to see the results. And then some festivals you get surprised that you get selected for. Some that you really wanted to be in, and then when you find out you didn't get in, that's a little disappointing. But if you submit to a nice amount and you just sit back and you wait on that acceptance letter, it's just such an irreplaceable feeling just to know that you accomplished something, you know, that not many people get to do. You know, a lot of people write a lot of great screenplays and don't even get the story produced. So just to even get that far is such an amazing experience.
That's true. That's really good advice. I don't have my card, but I remember what they are. I have a couple. I've been asking some of the filmmakers a couple of personal movie questions here at the end. Would you mind if I asked you? The first one is, what are 2 movies that you absolutely love?
All right. So I'll do one animated and one like drama. So my favorite film of all time is Training Day with Denzel Washington. It was directed by Antoine Fuqua.
Yes.
And my other,
my favorite too.
yeah. other favorite film is a Goofy movie. I know you probably weren't expecting that, but that's as a kid, that was just one of my
Really?
go-to
Oh yeah,
animated.
Leaning
Yeah.
Tower of Cheesa.
Man, a great movie, man. Great. And I can watch that anytime. I'll stop what
That
I'm
is a
doing
really
just to
good
sit
one.
down and watch it. Yeah.
That's a good one with the fire extinguisher fog on the stage. I remember that. So, what is there a movie quote that you have that's burned into your head?
I would say
comes to
the moment where he was teaching his son about the perfect cast, from the Goofy movie would be like the perfect cast. It was just, I don't know, it hits me every time. It hits me right in the
Oh,
feels.
okay,
every
from the Goofy movie. Any any movie that has a movie quote to you that is something that you can't get out of your head?
Okay, this is gonna be a good one. Step Brothers. It's the scene where they have the night vision night goggles on, and they're like, man, imagine if we had these when we were teens. Like, even better, we got them when we're 40. Like, that just had me in tears. That had me.
That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, last one is, what is a movie that's popular that you've either never seen or you just don't like?
Movie that's popular that I've never seen.
To me, it's Harry Potter. It's not that I don't like it. I've just never seen them. You know, I've never sat down and watched them. So I got to go back and do it.
That's very true. Yeah, I would say that. And what's the other one that a lot of people watch? Twilight. I've never seen any of the
Lord of the
Twilights.
Rings. Oh, Twilight. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I've seen those either. Awesome. Those are great. Those are great. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for taking the time to do an interview with us today, Mr. Honeywood. Really appreciate you submitting to the North Carolina Film Festival. Good luck tonight at the awards ceremony. And is there anything else that you'd like to mention to your fans and everybody watching today?
I just first want to say thank you for this interview and taking out time of your schedule and setting this all up. And thank you all for the opportunity, for the fans, for the support, for the people that's watching. I'm deeply humbled and deeply, deeply appreciative, especially with this being the first one. And I'm looking forward to what's next. I won't disappoint for what's next to come.
Yes, sir. We believe it. We really appreciate it, Mr. Honeywood. You guys make sure that you check out Pictures Only. Going to be coming to you really soon from the team with Charles Honeywood over in Chicago, Illinois. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will be right back right here at the New Bern Civic Theater here at the official North Carolina Film Festival. Be right back.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honeywood. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival. My name is Justin Yates. I am your host for the afternoon, and right now we have some filmmakers from Sweden. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to introduce you to Alex. And Alex, can you please introduce who you have here with us as well?
Yeah, I'm Alexandra Ekelöf, and I'm the actress in One of Us, playing with Adrian Burt. He has to introduce himself.
Oh, I'll introduce myself. I'm the director. I'm not the writer. The writer was Daniel Ronaldo, but I'm the writer and cinematographer and editor and grader and music mixer and sound mixer. Yeah, that's about it, really. So, and I guess I was kind of responsible for bringing Alex into this project, and that's about it, really.
And could you talk a little bit about what is it that you'd like for people to know about the piece that you guys have created?
That it's based on a true story. I think that's the main thing, really. It's a true character that existed, and it's a very important what can you say, time in history that not so many people talk about in this specific angle, I would say.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I think the main thing is that it's about a part in history that people don't understand about Sweden. It's kind of like, it's only a 5-minute film, but it kind of encompasses a lot of emotions and a lot of a character of that time who was a German art student who worked for the Swedish embassy in Stockholm during the war. And she was recruited by the Swedish intelligence agencies as an asset. And I think a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of people like Casablanca and the whole mystique and the rest of it, but what they forget is like Stockholm was the Casablanca of the North during the Second World War. It was a place where obviously you had Norway to the north, which was occupied by the Germans, and then Denmark, and then obviously Finland. But Sweden was neutral, and intelligence was everything. And the film that we filmed was part of a bigger story that we're developing with Alex and Daniel. And we wanted to basically show this monologue as an example of the tension that was in this woman's life at the time. So it's really an examination of where she was at that point during the war, which was probably about 1943. So it's basically like a history thing, but it's a true story. And there's a lot of background to the whole thing.
And Adrian, what is it about this story that really appealed to you? What was it about hearing about this that made you feel like, as a filmmaker, man, we have to make a movie about this?
Well, it was a project that I've been working with a screenwriter called Daniel Ronaldo for about 5 years or 4 years up until that point. And he'd been working on it for 8 years. He'd been researching it diligently. I mean, just going through all the history books and interviewing people and all the rest of it. And I remember me and Alex were doing a film out in the woods one winter, which was basically just a very simple fight film about two people just beating the shit out of each other, excuse my French. And I remember saying to Alexandra at a cafe, we really should do a monologue, because at that point that film didn't have any dialogue. And Alex, who I've worked with several times previously, I consider her to be an extraordinarily good actress. I thought it was time for her to do a monologue. And the script we had already been developing, and I thought, let's just take a section out of this, which accomplishes all this emotion, and make it into a monologue. And I was very influenced by an actress that I've loved since I was in England, Patricia Rutledge, and she did some monologues with a scriptwriter, and they're on YouTube, they're Talking Heads, and I want to do something similar. So we decided that, I mean, because Alex can act for, like, she can act for like 10 minutes non-stop. I mean, she's amazing, and I thought I wanted to film something that showcased that, and that's why we did this. It helps to us with the bigger project, and also thought it would be useful for Alex to have as well, and it worked out beautifully.
Very, very nice. And it's an amazing piece, and you know, with every project, it seems like there is a new lesson to be learned. You know, it seems like with each piece, whether it's a short or whether it's a feature, and I've talked to each filmmaker about this, you know, it's almost impossible to go through this experience without learning something after making a film. Could you all talk a little bit about, you know, some of the lessons that you walked away with as an actor and as a filmmaker coming out of this project?
I got so many thoughts now. I think one of the main thing really that I bring with me from this is the whole experience in a whole. We didn't have that much of a time really to prep, but we came together with a passion and a love for storytelling, and appreciation for each other's work. And then when you come together in a group like that, then magic happens. So I think that's the main thing that I bring with me from that experience, really, to just
Awesome.
trust yourself and trust one another in that process.
Yeah, I think for me it was about how, as a director, every actor is different. And I mean, up until that point, films that I've been doing, I've realized I've been sort of micromanaging. You know, I've been sort of like, you know, really working with the actors and sometimes even acting in front of them what they should be doing, which is terrible. I know actors hate that. And then with Alex, it was less is more, because I could see from the moment she walked in that she was already building this emotion. So my main part on that was not to direct, was just to basically sit back. And the hardest bit for me was to tell everybody to shut up, because I know some of the camera, everybody knows Alexandra. So the hardest thing was like for the camera crew not to talk to her. I said, like, don't talk to her. But she's like, oh, she's so lonely. Shut up, don't talk to her. Leave her alone, because she had her own process. It was like, you know, it was for me just to keep everybody else quiet and let her do her own thing. So, I mean, Alex more or less did her own thing. And for me, it was just keep everybody else quiet. And I've been on sets where I've had to more or less jump in front of the actor and say, I want it like this. But with Alex, it was like, shh, let's not say a thing, you know. And I was amazed, you know. It was one of the most educational films I've done in terms of like working with an actor.
That's cool. That's really, really cool. It's exciting, you know, kind of how you grow in such a short period of time. You know, how long did it take for you guys to make the piece through pre-production and production? How long would you say it took to put the project together?
Alex?
I don't know. Do you?
Well, I know. Okay, let me.
All the things I just said. Well, from the minute we pressed the button, it was Daniel wrote it in about a weekend, and I think it was more or less the first and second draft. And I read it, and I was like, I don't really have any notes on this. This just reads true. You know, when you read something, you go like, does it sound right? Does it sound? You know, it read true. Right. And then we did probably 3 or 4 Zoom calls because it was during the pandemic, and I remember like just listening and just offering a few suggestions and the rest of it, and he just rang true, and it just sounded good. Thinking it was probably about the easiest thing I've ever done, to be honest. The hardest thing was finding the restaurant where we shot at, because we wanted the location to be absolutely spot on. So me and Daniel drove around for a few days trying to find somewhere. In the end, it was very easy. We found a restaurant in town, one of the restaurants I've been to previously, and all they wanted was the crew to eat at the restaurant as payment for shooting there. And we held the whole ground floor. And the funny thing was that I was prepared to lose a lot of money. I was like, oh my God, this is going to cost me a fortune. But everybody drank water. Everybody just had a main course. Nobody had dessert. And it was like literally, I was literally
that's
praising. So like, because I said to them, you can drink wine, beer, whatever you want. And everybody was just drinking. I came up and everybody was drinking water. They weren't taking the Mickey or anything like that. So it was just a great experience. But I think, and then post-production-wise,
awesome.
We spent a day shooting it, probably from 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock in the morning till 6, 7 in the evening. It was a very easy shoot, basically because we only had maybe 4 or 5 takes, because Alex was so emotional. As you can see, there's a real emotion in that So we realized early on we probably had maybe maximum 3 takes, and I think we shot most of it on the second take. And in post-production, probably a day and a half, maybe. It wasn't a long process, but it was one of those projects where it just worked. You know, it was like the writing worked, the rehearsal worked, the shooting was a dream. Everybody was great, and the post-production day and a half, and the sound mixing. You know, it was just one of those projects where everything came together and it just worked really, really well.
It's hard enough to make it. It's hard enough to make it when it's difficult. You know, it's so awesome when everything falls into place and everybody is, you know, meshing well together and everybody's the same frequency. And I'm really glad. I'm glad that you guys had a good experience. I wanted to ask you. I've been asking some of the filmmakers a couple of personal questions to end out, just personal movie preference questions. Alex, if I could start with you, I'm just going to ask you 3 movie questions and just answer as honestly as you can. No wrong answers, okay? Can you name 2 movies that you love?
Sorry, 2 movies.
Can you name 2 movies that you love?
Willow and Lord of the Rings.
Oh, wow. Okay, those are great. Do you have a movie quote that is stuck in your head that you know that you can recite off the top of your head? Any movie quote?
I'll be back. It's the first one that comes to mind.
Yes! That's one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite. Okay, and the last question is there a film that other people really like but you've never seen or you just don't really care for?
Ooh. I have no idea, actually. I can't answer that question. Don't know. That's a difficult one. You should have given me a couple.
That's a tough one.
About it.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Oh, God.
All right, Mr. Bird, I'm going to ask you, what are 2 movies that you love?
The first one's on Her Majesty's Secret Service because it's the perfect action film, and I love the music. I love everything about it, and I really like Diana Rigg. The second one, there's so many of them. I mean, I really like comedies. I mean, I just think there's like, I don't know, Twins. No, not Twins. What am I talking about? What's the one with Pharrell? Step Brothers.
Oh yeah, somebody just said that in the last one. The very last filmmaker just said that. Okay, is there a film movie quote that you have that you like to reference?
All the time. It's hasta la vista, but I mean, or I'll be back. So I don't know. Probably that's it. I'm sorry, she stole my thunder.
That's probably the best one. Is there a film that is really popular that everybody likes but you don't really like? Or you've never seen?
Lord of the Rings.
Lord of the Rings. Me either. It's not that I don't like it. I've just never seen it. That and Harry Potter are the ones I get hit on all the time.
Yeah. No, I remember. I didn't read the books. I'm not really. And I remember going to the film, and I remember thinking it was just a film about some little people walking around in the woods, and I couldn't really work it out. I was like, "What is that? It?" Because it sort of ended. It was like 3 hours and it ended, and it just felt like a video for a New Zealand tourist board. And yeah, I don't get it. But sorry, I apologize.
So where can people and I couldn't agree more. So where can people see more of you guys? Where can they stay in contact with you when the film is through the festival circuit and everything? How can they see the film and information about how to keep up with you?
Alex.
Well, they can find me on IMDb and Facebook and Instagram, but all 3 of them. And Adrian, go.
Awesome.
My turn. And they can find me on Pornhub. That was a joke. Sorry. No, they can find me on adrianburt.com, and that's my website. And that's about it, really. I'm in on Facebook. So if anybody wants to become friends, I'm very happy to become friends with them on Facebook. and Instagram, it's Burtonstein, but mainly adrianburt.com.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Thank you so much, Adrian and Alex, for joining us. The film is One of Us. It's going to be out soon, right now, going through the film festival circuit. It is one of the official selections and an award-worthy film here today, showing at the historic, beautiful New Bern Civic Theater here at the 4th Annual North Carolina Film Festival. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you all so much for the interview. We really enjoyed having you guys. Thank you all. We'll touch base. We'll talk to you soon, okay? Congratulations and good luck tonight.
Thank you. Thank you for the great questions. They were lovely questions. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much.
Bye.
We'll be right back for more at the official North Carolina Film Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival being held today at the beautiful and historic New Bern Civic Theater. I'm your host, Justin Yates, the president of Eno River Media. And so I just wanted to mention a little bit about the films that we have showing for you guys today. For those of you all that aren't in attendance, I wanted to talk a little bit about the schedule. So there were 48 films that were officially selected to the North Carolina Film Festival this year. 22 of those films are finalists, and they are showing today in the auditorium, the live auditorium right next to us here at the New Bern Civic Theater. So these films have not been released to the public yet. So of course on the live stream, we don't show the films here, but just to give you a little bit of context, the theater that we're in is a 100-year-old theater that was started originally as a vaudeville theater in the early 1900s, and then it was switched to a movie theater and existed as a movie theater for a very long time. And now these days, they do a lot of plays and stuff here at the New Bern Civic Theater, and we're very honored and excited to be hosting the official North Carolina Film Festival here in its 4th year. So I just want to run down the list and tell you some of these titles so that way you know them and you can look out for them when they come out. So we have The Gospel of Ted, which is a feature film. Fishhead Blues and Lioness are both short films. We have The Malibu Horror Story, that's a feature film that's showing here today. Pictures Only and One of Us, those are both short films that we have at the North Carolina Film Festival this year. Dubbed The True Story of W.D. Jones is a short documentary, as well as The Wall That Heals and Title Alert, also short documentaries featured here today at the New Bern Civic Theater and the official North Carolina Film Festival. Anchored in Clinton and Serves, as well as Flux, are short films, as well as A Moment of Humanity. These are short films that are being featured today at the festival. Anastatica and Anna Vespa are both short films, as well as The City Streets, which is a music video that has been officially selected for the festival this year. Truth Tellers is a feature documentary. Resilience is a short that we are showing today. Fly Fishing is our animation short that was selected to the festival this year. The Old Saturday and Small World are both shorts that are featured this year. And last this evening, we'll be showing a feature entitled Beaufort Remembers. And that's going to be right before our award ceremony that's going to be happening right at 9 o'clock here on the live stream, here live on YouTube at the official North Carolina Film Festival. So I wanted to mention also, too, that these films are up for a variety of prizes. We have awards for Best Feature, Best Short, Best Feature Documentary, Best Short Documentary, Best Animation, Best Music Video, Best Cinematography, Best Lead Performance, as well as Best Supporting Performance. So those awards will be presented to the winners tonight at 9 o'clock, and we're also going to be streaming that award ceremony here on our live stream. That's going to be happening at 9 p.m. tonight. That'll run for about 15 minutes, and then we'll go into the Filmmaker meet and greet, where we'll have all the filmmakers in one room, and we'll be able to introduce them and talk a little bit to them. That's going to be happening at the last hour of the film festival. So we started at 10 a.m. We're going to be going tonight full 12 hours until 10 p.m., which will be the closing ceremony. So we want to thank you all for joining us today at the Bern Civic Theater for the 4th annual official North Carolina Film Festival. We have an interview with a filmmaker from Texas coming up in just a moment. So we'll see you guys. We'll be right back here at the official North Carolina Film Festival. Be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival happening here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. I am here with Mr. Nicholson, and the title of the film is dubbed The True Story of W.D. Jones. Mr. Nicholson, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I'm kind of freezing up from time to time, but maybe we can get through it.
Yeah, no, that's okay. That's completely cool. So could you tell people a little bit about who W.D. Jones was and a little bit about the film, things that you'd like for them to know?
W.D. Jones was a young man who was 16 years old back in 1932, and he lived in an area of South Irving and West Dallas called the Bog. And he was friends with Clyde Barrow's little brother. And on Christmas Eve of 1932, he had been at a party with Clyde's brother, and Bonnie and Clyde pulled up next to them, and they were looking for someone to drive them down to Hillsborough to meet with a guy named Raymond Hamilton, who was actually executed in 1935. But Hamilton was in jail, and they picked up W.D. Jones, and he decided to drive them. And, you know, part of me thinks that Clyde did not want his little brother involved in their exploits, but it didn't matter to him that it was W.D. So W.D. Jones went with him. They went down, not to Hillsborough, but they went to Temple. And the next day they robbed a drugstore. And on the way out, there was a car that Clyde wanted W.D. to take. He couldn't get it started. And the guy that owned it, his name was Doyle Johnson. He ran out towards them screaming, and Clyde shot him in the neck. And so W.D. was pretty much involved in it at that point. And he probably could have walked away, but he didn't. And then he rode with Bonnie and Clyde for the next 8 months. And eventually, after a shootout in near Dexter, Iowa, they were apprehended. I'm sorry, Buck and Blanchbarrow were apprehended in a park. Bonnie and Clyde made their escape with W.D., and he chose to leave. Now, this differs from the film Bonnie and Clyde. It was done by Arthur Penn back in 1968, because in that film, Michael J. Pollard played a character named C.W. Moss, but in reality, W.D. Jones was with them for 8 months, and then he left because he got tired of it, and Bonnie had been injured very badly. And then another guy named Henry Methvin came on, and it was Henry Methvin's father that set him up and not Jones. But Jones was with them for most of the time, and then certainly during most of the shootouts that occurred in the film. And then he went to Houston, was eventually picked up, and he was tried for being involved in a murder. And he served some time in prison, and then he got out. And then when he was in his late 50s, the movie came out in 1968. And he went with a news reporter and a TV guy to go see the film in Houston. And he didn't think a whole lot of it. And then I'll let the short film tell you about the remainder of his life.
Very cool. Very, very interesting. So what was it about this particular story that made you guys feel like, man, we have to make a movie about this. We have to say something about this material?
Yeah, that's real easy. I grew up in Irving, Texas, about 5 or 6 miles from that bog area. And my father was a fireman there, and he knew an old man that knew Bonnie and Clyde. Now, you'll hear people say that I was in a 7-Eleven when they came in, or I was shot and killed in a bank, or whatever they may say about having had an exploit with Bonnie and Clyde. And most of that is garbage. But my father's friend, a guy named Earl McCoy, he knew them, and we knew he did. And so one day we were riding around in his pickup, and he just took me to Clyde's grave and Bonnie's grave, and we drove around. He goes, "That's where Clyde lived. That's where Bonnie lived. That's where W.D. lived. That's where they killed Malcolm Davis on the porch." And I started getting involved in the story and started reading about it. And you flash forward to 2021, I was putting together an acting reel. I'm a member of Screen Actors Guild. I live in Las Vegas now. And I was just putting together an acting reel. And I thought, well, I'll do something on W.D. Jones. And I started telling the story in first person. And we had about 24, 25 minutes, and we were watching it. And the young man that did it was Ross Hamill and his brother Jacob, and they are from Lubbock, and they're terrific. And they came over to my house, and I dressed up, and we shot it for that acting reel. We started watching, and Ross said, "You know, there's more we could do with this, you know." So we started going through it, and we came up with an idea. And I said, look, if we stop it here and break it here and do this and do a montage, and if we can find that clip of the real W.D. Jones. And so it took us about a month, and we put it together. And it's not like most short film. We only spent about $2,000 doing it, but it's character driven and it's story driven. And we thought that was something that we could do that would be better than the people who had a way bigger budget and could do a lot of special effects and things like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, because those are excellent films too. And I've seen a lot of them, but we thought our film and the way we did it was kind of neat. And it's been shown in some festivals, and they said they haven't had anybody walk out. So that's good. And other people have found the story very interesting. I think most of them do. And in a couple of cases, I remember one in particular, a lady said, where did they get the interview with that guy? And somebody said, no, that's an actor, and that's him right there. And she would not believe it. And I thought, well, that's about the most great form of flattery you can receive. I mean, she's looking at me, and not believing that I'm the guy.
That's the best.
So that was kind of neat, you know.
That is neat. That is very cool. What would you say is, you know, with each one of these films, there's always something that you learn, and we've been talking to each filmmaker about that. You know, you can't go through this process without, you know, taking something away from this experience. What was that for you?
This is actually the first short film I've ever done or been involved in. When I was a young man back in the 1970s, I had leads in some movies and some things like that. And there wasn't a lot going on in Texas back in those days. And I went to college, and I had the opportunity to go to law school. So it was a no-brainer. So for 30 years, I'm a trial lawyer. I'm still licensed in Texas, and I recently got my license in Nevada, and we've moved here. But at my age, I can do it kind of part-time now, and I decided to get back into acting. I'm taking some classes from a lady named Donna Morong, who is a terrific acting coach. And she also cast Princess Diaries and Gone Baby Gone and some films like that. And so I'm hoping to get back in and do some parts and things. And that was the purpose of the acting reel. And then the film evolved out of it. And then I didn't even know really how festivals worked. And then a friend of mine in Lubbock said they have the Flatland Film Festival in Lubbock, and she was part of it. So we got on Film Freeway and started entering it. And I think we've entered it in about 7 or 8 festivals, and we've been shown in 4. So I don't think that's bad, you know. So that's kind of how it came about.
That's all. Our judges loved it. Yeah, our judges loved it. You guys are finalists for the awards tonight. That's going to be happening at 9 p.m. and everybody can view that award show tonight right here on the North Carolina Film Festival YouTube live stream.
So when you say 9 p.m., you're talking at 5 this afternoon for me, right?
9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah.
There we go.
You know, again, this link, for everyone that's watching, you can view this link and rewind it. As soon as it's over, it'll be a video that you guys can fast forward and rewind through. So, Mr. Nicholson.
Now that's going to be through your link. Am I correct? I'm sorry. That'll be through your link. Yeah, because ours we still have private, because we want to enter it in things for a while before we make it available to the public. You know, other than. Yeah, my attitude is the public that are involved in your festival and people that show up, certainly they whatever they want to do. But as far as just throwing it out there, we decided to hold back on that for the time being.
Right, and that's a good idea. And for the viewers watching, we don't actually show the films on the live stream, and that was actually my next question. So for people that are going to be interested and seeing Dub, the true story of W.D. Jones whenever it comes out, what are you all's plans for after the film festival circuit? Is there a website or somewhere where people can keep up with you guys and go and see the work whenever it comes out?
Not yet. I mean, we're new at this, but I suspect that at some point we can, it's on my YouTube channel. And Ross can open that so that people can go to just, type in W.D. Jones or whatever on YouTube. I don't know how to do it. I mean, I'm still playing 8 tracks. I'm in my 60s. So, but when I visit with him about it, we decide to do it and maybe we'll do it pretty soon, kind of depending. But it's, right now we had just kind of thought we would show it at festivals and see what kind of reaction we got. And we're very pleasantly surprised. Like I said, it just started off as a little acting reel, and we just started playing with it. And I don't know if you've seen it or not, but seems to have worked out great, and everybody that I've shown it to or that has seen it has liked it. We haven't had anybody that didn't, so there you go. But I know the Bonnie and
Well, that's
Clyde
awesome,
story
Mr.
really,
Nicholson.
really well, but I couldn't tell that story. So I thought, well, I'll just narrow it down to WD, and we'll tell the story kind of through his eyes. And it's not what you think it's going to be. It's not. It wasn't a glamorous deal.
It is a very good film. It is. It's a very good film. It's very cool. I definitely recommend for people, check out, be on the lookout on YouTube for Dub, the True Story of W.D. Jones. Mr. Nicholson, I like to close out by asking you just a couple fun questions, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So I just have 3. These are 3 filmmaker, just fun filmmaker questions. So could you name at least just 2 films that you love?
My favorite film of all time is Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. And I also like The Assassination of Jesse James by the coward Robert Ford.
Oh,
that's just one of the most beautiful films I've ever seen. And I also believe that's
the
very
cinematography.
realistic.
Yeah, the cinematography in that is just.
It's
a masterclass. I think it actually is a masterclass. Is it Roger Deakins or somebody that does that? And
I don't know the answer to that, but what I liked about it was it was the same kind of thing we tried to do in Dub. It was like, let's just tell it like it was from the point of view of a guy who was there. Like, he didn't get everything right in real life when he was interviewed and stuff. And so I thought, I'm not going to say anything different than what he said. There are inaccuracies if you know the Bonnie and Clyde story from what he said and what he wrote down and what he told journalists. But I did it that way. My attitude was, I could fix it, but no, so that's kind of where we were on that. Next question.
Awesome. That's really cool. So, what is a film that may be popular to other people, but you have either never seen it or you just don't like it?
Oh, man, I don't know. I can assure you that before I go to movies and stuff. Well, I'll tell you what. We saw this movie yesterday called Anything, Everything, or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? It's in theaters now.
Yep. Anything, Anywhere, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
That's correct. Okay. I didn't like it. And the reason I didn't like it is because I'm in my 60s and it's not my kind of film. But I also have the ability to say, maybe it wasn't for me, but I could tell it was very well done. I mean, it's really good, and young people probably enjoy the heck out of it. But I didn't on a personal level. But I got nothing bad to say about it. It just didn't work for me, So
very cool. Well, I appreciate your feedback on that, and we really, really thank you for submitting to the festival this year, sir. And Mr. Nicholson, excellent film. Everybody, make sure that you be on the lookout for Dub, the True Story of W.D. Jones. It's an official selection at the New Bern Civic Theater's North Carolina Film Festival this year. We want to thank Mr. Nicholson again for joining us for the live stream interview today. And everybody, stay tuned. We've got more coming up from the official New Bern Civic Theater, North Carolina Film Festival. Thank you so much, Mr. Nicholson. We'll see you guys here.
Thank you. Thank you for having me on. And thank you for selecting my film. Hopefully it'll work out for us. If not, I'm sure it'll be great.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. You have a good day.
You too.
gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. I'm here with Mr. Tim Stevens from The Wall That Heals. Thank you so much for joining us today,
I appreciate you having me.
Absolutely. And could you tell us a little bit about the film? What is The Wall That Heals about?
Well, The Wall That Heals examines North Carolina's contributions to the Vietnam War.
Okay.
And then it also gets into the consequences of the war. There were 58,281 men killed from the United States, and of course they're all listed on the wall. But essentially everybody who went was affected. Mm-hmm. And The Wall That Heals is a replica of the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, and it travels around the country. And they call it The Wall That Heals for a purpose. Mm-hmm. Men have been affected and have never talked about it. They were brought home. They were treated pretty miserably.
Right.
And yet, if they go to the wall and see names of people, and it helps them process.
Wow.
And so the aim of the film was to get it before Vietnam veterans and let them know that they're accepted and their feelings are not abnormal.
Wow.
And so it's just been a great experience.
That's really cool. That's very powerful. And what is it about this specific subject matter that drew you to it? What was it about this story that you felt like this absolutely has to be told?
Well, I was a newspaper reporter for 50 years.
Oh, wow.
And so then I started writing plays about my community, and we did one about Vietnam. Mm-hmm. And after the play was over, we had Vietnam veterans staying in the lobby for over 2.5 hours. And so that just showed me there was a need for something.
Right.
To help these men process what's going on. Mm-hmm. One of the things that is not in the film, but one of the things in research, we had a chaplain says one of the biggest problems we had to load our dead friends and companions into a helicopter and stack them up like they were logs. And we never had a moment to mourn or to process it. We just had to push on.
Right.
And so they've never really handled all those feelings. And so what this film does is kind of shows what went on in Vietnam. Also, it gets into North Carolina's contributions to the war. The youngest person killed, the youngest American killed in Vietnam was from Goldsboro. One of the 8 women who died in Vietnam was from Graham.
Wow.
And then we got one story in there about a gentleman who survived Vietnam, but his life was destroyed. He was shot down in Cambodia. He survived in the jungle for 79 days. When he was finally rescued, he had more than 250 operations.
Man.
His kidneys were destroyed, his health was destroyed. So he had PTSD. Mm-hmm. And so we talk about this, and he didn't die, but the life that he had was dead, gone.
Right.
That life was dead.
Right.
And so we just talk about what these men did, how they did it, and how we can help them today.
Wow. That's really, really awesome. So could you talk a little bit about, as a filmmaker and as an artist going through these projects, you know, it seems like with each one, you learn a little bit more through this experience. And I've said over and over again today, talking with filmmakers, you know, it's almost impossible to go through a filmmaking experience and not come out on the other side having learned something. What do you feel like is something that really sticks out to you about this process that you've taken away, or something that you've learned from doing this video?
This was the first film that I've ever made. And
awesome.
I was able to get a really, really great videographer and editor. Okay. And he should get most of the credit, but it's Chuck Fishman. But the thing that I learned is just we have this great history in North Carolina, and most people don't know it. And this was a war that everybody wants to forget.
Yeah.
One of the things that we had with our Vietnam veterans is many of them were the sons of World War II veterans, and they saw them come home and they were celebrated.
Right.
The Vietnam veterans came back and they were reviled. And then the modern soldiers in Afghanistan and Iraq, they're heroes. So they sit here in the middle and say, they were heroes and those were heroes and we're awful people. And So it's just the need to affirm
Right.
people who all they did is what we asked them to do.
Right, right. Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned some of the other people in the project. You know, would you like to talk about some of the individuals in your team and in the group, and you know, mention some of their names of the people that helped you get this into the
What is
film?
incredible are the people that we got to narrate.
Okay.
I had a friend who was a friend of Joe Mantegna.
Okay. Oh wow.
And so he's our narrator. Sharon Lawrence was on NYPD Blue, and she's a Broadway film, TV. She's a narrator. Beth Level won a Tony Award. She's a narrator.
Man.
Scotty McCrary, the country music singer.
What?
He's one of our narrators.
Wow.
And John Tesh,
Wow.
who's got, I think, 6 Emmys, something like that, some Grammys and stuff.
Yeah.
He's a narrator.
Wow.
And so it was amazing. All these people I asked, and they all did it without being paid.
That's
That
very
was
cool.
part of it, and they just kind of did it for us. And it was just kind of amazing to get that much talent to come and do this. And what this did is kind of set the stage. We've just finished another movie.
Okay, very good. Yeah, talk about that.
And we had The Wall That Heals. It came to Garner. And so we made a movie about the effects on the people who came.
Very cool.
And we interviewed all these veterans, and like one of the things said, no one had ever told me, welcome home. Never.
Wow.
And another one said, I thought no one would ever honor me after all these years of being ashamed. Had one gentleman said, I don't think anybody in this town knows I went to Vietnam. I found out very quickly you didn't make friends by telling people that you've been to Vietnam.
Wow.
And so all this kind of comes together. This is kind of like a 2-part series almost.
Yeah,
This is about our contributions and what happened. And then we do this next film is about the healing that takes place. And this is called The Wall That Heals. And the other one is called Home with Honor.
Okay.
And so
Very good.
So just learned a tremendous amount about this and just North Carolina's contributions to the war, and not so much contribution. They're all human stories. It's one guy,
Right, yeah.
one guy, one guy,
Right,
one
right,
guy,
right, right.
And they're all just amazing to talk to.
Have you enjoyed yourself? Have you enjoyed
Oh,
this
much
process?
fun, much fun, much
Going
fun.
through the
Yeah,
whole-
yeah, much fun.
Do you feel like you're stuck now? This is something that you want to continue to
Oh,
do?
well, we've started our next one.
The second one's already in the bag. You're moving right along. Okay, very good. Well, I like to ask the filmmakers a couple of just personal fun questions at the
Right.
end, if you don't mind. So, what would you say are 2 films that you absolutely love? 2 of your favorite films.
Love The Magnificent Seven, the first
Oh,
one with
okay.
Yul Brynner and those guys.
Have you seen the new one?
Yes, I like Killer
Yeah,
Deal
it's
too,
not bad,
but
yeah.
the first one, yeah,
Right.
yeah, so, and Good, Bad, but Ugly, of course.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
I'm an old man, so
Very
I
cool.
go
Very
back
cool.
to the old
yeah.
movies, the old
Can't go
westerns.
bad with those. Can't go bad with those. So, is there a movie quote that is kind of like burned into your head, one that you can't get out of that you know?
Well, the Steve McQueen quote. Well, the 2. I use this one a lot in The Magnificent Seven. The bad guy. He says it just goes to show eventually you must pay for every good deed.
Yeah. Okay,
great.
that's a good one.
And then,
That's a good one.
Steve McQueen and they're sitting there arguing, and they said, "Well, we deal in the same business." He said, "We deal in lead."
Those are good.
I love
Hey,
it.
those are good. That's my favorite one of the day right there. So if if there is a film that other people really, really like, and it might be super popular, but you have either never seen it or don't really care for, what would that
You know,
movie be?
like the Hobbit movies.
Yeah.
Never seen.
I've never seen them either.
And then there's the other ones that parallels. And it's not Dungeons and Dragons or
Yeah, the Lord of the Rings.
The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I tried to watch one and I just didn't
It's
get
so
it.
crazy.
I
It's
just
so
didn't get it.
crazy talking to the different filmmakers and seeing, what are the favorites and ones that they haven't seen. And that's same for me. My 2 that I always mention are Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. I've never seen. And people will get on me all the time. They're like, you have to watch all of those. We're going to Universal Studios in September, and there's a Harry Potter thing
Right.
down there. So I have to watch all the movies before
To
we
know
go.
what's going on.
To even know what's going on. Well, I appreciate it, Mr. Stevens, so
Yes,
much,
sir.
and thank you for coming to the festival today, and
Yes.
we really enjoy having you, and thank you for submitting. Congratulations and good luck for the rest of the film festival circuit, and we look forward to seeing you real soon. How can people keep up with you? And,
If you go to YouTube,
Mhm.
the name of my 501c3
Yes, sir.
is Show in Tell
Okay.
Ministries.
Show N-I-N or just
N, like
Show
kids,
and Tell.
Kids at school used
Okay.
to have Show and Tell.
Right.
And so it's Show and Tell Ministries, and most of my plays and this and the new one, and this got all kind of mess I've messed with.
Awesome. Awesome. Fantastic. Well, thank you again, Mr. Stevens. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you see The Wall That Heals as soon as it comes out. Make sure you go and check out Mr. Stevens on YouTube. It is Show and Tell Ministries on YouTube. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with more from the North Carolina Film Festival.
Thank you, sir.
Very good, sir. Thank you. That was
That's
awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official 4th annual North Carolina Film Festival being held here at the historic and beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. I am here with Cher and Terry Brown from Title Alert. That is a short documentary that is an official selection this year at the North Carolina Film Festival. How are you guys doing?
Great.
We're great. We're excited.
Absolutely. We're excited to have you all. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
So can you all tell a little bit about the movie? Tell us all the things that we need to know, all the awesome stuff that you guys want the fans to know about Title Alert.
Well, Title Alert looks at North Carolina waters, and it looks at it from the perspective of both the recreational as well as commercial fishermen. And that community had concerns that they were both seeing with the water quality.
Mm-hmm.
So what began for us actually a few years back, we did a web series with the waterkeeper in Morehead City, Larry Baldwin. And then we just kept talking and had different ideas that we shared over the years. And that brought us to the point of wanting to do a documentary about the water quality.
Okay.
And so that was really the genesis for doing this. We were based out of Morehead City at the time, and they had 5, I guess, items of concern for these fisher folk. And so that's kind of what we centered on, were those 5 pieces, and kind of told the story of how it impacts the water quality here in North Carolina on our coast.
Especially here, I can imagine that being, a hot topic, and of course people are talking about, the weather being so crazy lately and everything going on. What are some of the challenges that you guys encountered whenever you were making the movie?
Gosh. Well, I mean, if you want to take it all the way back, our very first meeting, we were here because we came to take care of my parents who lived in Morehead. And we moved up from Florida and started our business, Kiva Creative. And our very first meeting with the film, Cher had been diagnosed with breast cancer.
Oh gosh.
So thankfully it was in the winter, and
Yeah. Big sweatshirt, drainage tubes, literally just coming out of surgery when we first started this, but we didn't share any of that information. That was ours.
that was
So
kind of like right
was-
as we were getting into the project, and we didn't
the
want
process,
people to know.
part
Sure.
of what you were
kind of
going
what
through.
Yeah.
Yep. And
So
then,
it was a challenge. I mean, right from the start, we had a major health challenge, and
yet it didn't impact what we did. We're in charge of our schedules.
Right.
We did collaborate on the storyboarding with our client, and so we got all the specifics on that. But when you talk about what were the challenges, yes, we had some of these personal things going on, but also it was to understand the subject matter, because we are not the subject matter experts.
Right.
We aren't, but we were fascinated with the topic. We are really pro-environmental, focus. Change is on the way. Things
Right.
are going to be happening here. So we learned a lot. Our takeaway is it really impacted not only what you're going to see in the film, but also we had a passion project that we've been working on for a number of years. And through what we've learned about the water quality and climate change and all that through this film, and speaking with those subject matter experts, we've done a course correct on our other project that we're still working on. So,
Very cool.
yeah.
It's interesting the stuff that comes up whenever you're going through these projects and the things that you learn. And every filmmaker that I've interviewed this morning and throughout the afternoon, I've asked them. It seems like every one of these projects you learn something new.
Oh, absolutely.
It's impossible to go from pre-production to post-production and not come out the other end having had some takeaway from it.
Absolutely.
And from you guys, you talk about just some of the challenges, and for filmmakers that may be trying to figure out what is it really going to take to become a filmmaker. Can you talk a little bit about kind of like y'all's process and what it takes to get to where you are now?
Well, first of all, we do everything. So we filmed, Cher produced, I directed, we both filmed. I did all the editing, all the audio, and so we just kind of dove right into the whole process, not really knowing, what we were. Well, we did know what we were doing.
Yeah.
We've done this from a video production piece. I mean, that's our business. But our passion has always wanted to be in the documentary world. So we actually had 2 documentaries going on simultaneously.
Oh,
so
wow.
it was this one as well as one that we were doing for the Carteret County Historical Association for their 50th anniversary. So we were juggling these 2 plus this. And our mission was to be in, North Carolina for our aging parents so they could age in place. So, of course, they were aging out as well.
Right.
So in the process of all that, we had my father passed, and we decided we wanted to move to the mountains of Western North Carolina in the middle of all of this. So it was just kind of a whirlwind for us.
Life doesn't stop.
Oh, gosh, no.
You know what? And that's what we learned.
Yeah.
But with all the obstacles, the challenges, whatever they were, we were focused like a laser beam. We wanted this. We were so committed, and we never lost sight of what we wanted to do. And being here today is a testament to, what having the grit, to get through all that, and not allowing that to take over, so.
And you guys are finalists, and just mentioning some of, the personal challenges, professional challenges, that it takes to get it. And like we just mentioned, life does not stop. So when people talk about being filmmakers or, I want to submit to a festival, I want to have an award-winning film, you got to make it through all that stuff. You got to keep pushing.
You do. You have to stay committed, and we have been, and it's what we do full time. So.
Do you guys feel like you're excited about where everything is going and how everything's been happening and the selections and stuff? Have you been enjoying yourself?
Oh, having a blast. And looking forward to what the future holds. There's more stories out there that need to be told.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. We want to come back.
How can people find out about you guys? Do you have a website or we can keep up with you?
Yeah, KevaCreative.com
Yep.
is the best way to find us.
You want to spell it?
KEVA Creative. And
yep, we're on social media, so you can see us on Instagram as well.
Very
and
cool.
Facebook and
awesome.
Yeah,
awesome.
Love to hear.
Yeah,
love to hear from you.
Well, we get to the end, and I like to ask the filmmakers, personal fun questions. So if you guys would, if you would humor me, I'd love to ask you, what are 2 films that you all absolutely love? 2 of your favorite films.
Ooh, I'll go first. Mine is Rat Race.
Oh, Rat Race is good. That's a good one.
I am a sucker for a good comedy. So
that's a really good
Love
one. My family used to watch it all the time.
And I would probably go classic, and I would go To Kill a Mockingbird.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good. Do you guys have a movie quote that is kind of stuck in your head that you think about from time to time, or that you recite?
Or that we recite all the time.
Yeah.
That would probably be, for me, Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah, that's a good, especially nowadays.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, you're waiting on mine? Oh, gosh. Well, from Rat Race, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Won't mean anything to you if you didn't see it. But
I have.
We say this all the time now. I'm so proud of you, Dwayne.
Oh, because his tongue.
Yes.
Did he get the tongue piercing?
Yes.
Yep. Oh,
yes,
yeah.
Yes.
I love that. I love that.
So, yeah, when we want to pick each other up.
Yeah.
That's cool. It's awesome that I got the reference too. I appreciate that. We have some films that tons of people have seen and they're super popular. So what is a film that everybody else has seen or that everybody else may like, but you don't even really have never seen or you don't really care for?
Anything with Tom Cruise.
Really?
Yeah.
So you definitely haven't seen the new Top Gun then?
No.
No, we've heard about it. Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
I don't have one. Sorry.
No, that's okay.
Drawing a
That's
blank.
completely cool. Is there anything else that you guys would like to mention about the piece or your experience or coming to the film festival today?
Gosh, it's just been a great experience, and we are so proud to be here. We're so proud to be finalists, and we think this is a really important film, especially for right now. water quality. The story is about North Carolina, but it covers every single community in the country. So.
Well, thank you for taking the time to, cover such an important topic, and really taking your filmmaking expertise and doing something beneficial to the community about it.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank
meant
you.
a lot to us.
Is there
Thank
anything
you.
else you'd like to mention?
Oh, about the last film that
Sure.
we'll see today, maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Beaufort
Oh,
Remembers.
Yes.
Yeah, you want to mention something about it?
I got to do all the drone work in that.
Awesome.
Yeah, it
Very
was
cool.
very
Are you guys
exciting.
going to stick around for
Yeah.
the whole thing?
We'll be
So
here.
maybe we can bring you back and do some talks about Beaufort Remembers tonight too.
Sure.
Maybe.
Awesome. Fantastic.
Thank
well, thank
you.
you all so much.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you again soon throughout
Great.
the rest of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we are live here at the official North Carolina Film Festival at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. We will return in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. We're here at the 4th Annual North Carolina Film Festival. I'm here with filmmaker Robert Kinlaw from Anchored in Clinton. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mr. Kinlaw. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Justin. Thank you for having me.
Absolutely, absolutely. Congratulations on the official selection.
Yes, I do appreciate you including me. I hate that I couldn't make it. I'm actually at a bachelor party this weekend at beautiful White Lake, North Carolina. I don't know if y'all are familiar, if anyone there is familiar with White Lake, but it's not a bad place to be either. So,
especially at a bachelor party, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Well, we appreciate you joining us today, Mr. Kinlaw. Could you tell everybody about Anchored in Clinton? What are some things that you'd like for everybody to know about the piece?
Sure. So this piece was funded by a nonprofit called EdNC. They focus on education and news in North Carolina, but they're also very interested in sort of the big holistic picture of how these communities lean on each other, how small rural communities integrate their own, the people in the community into the school and all the complex layered issues. So they like to look beyond just the school itself. And the idea was really for me to get out there and find what they call the anchor institutions, which they consider small businesses, maybe faith communities, things like that, that sort of like hold the community together and kind of get behind the scenes and see what was going on out there. And also really just to show, I think, the surprising diversity you could find in a small town like Clinton, which is about 30 minutes from where I grew up. Not a lot out there. It's about an hour from the nearest, like what I would call a bigger city in North Carolina. But yeah, surprising amount of diversity, some really incredible, nice people. And I had a blast running out there filming it, just taking trips. There's all kinds of interesting, kooky characters that I had the opportunity to meet. And so that's sort of the overview, yeah.
Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. And so as a filmmaker, what would you say is one of the more challenging things that you had to make it through to complete this project?
I would say it's very difficult when you're coming into a community to not come across as the outsider. I mean, you are an outsider, right? But that journalist who's going to parachute in and like tell these people's stories. And I was very concerned about using enough care as I did that and like making sure that I really got to know these people and not focusing on just controversy, right? I guess you could say it's a relatively positive film. It's not like an investigative documentary, right? But I just think that that's important to have out there in the world right now. Of course, I respect anything more hard news. It's just, I love seeing, the good side of people and making sure that I show their whole self and not just paint them as a caricature or, look at these country people. Like, it doesn't need to be done in a way that is insulting to anyone. And I'm always very conscious about that when I'm doing documentary work. So kind of a roundabout answer, but, I was mostly concerned, challenged to make sure I fully captured everybody and gave them an accurate representation of themselves.
Oh, that's cool. And that's a really valid point, because I can imagine with being a documentary filmmaker, a lot of people don't know, like, what is a documentary? Well, number one, it's factual. It is a documentary is about something that is true. So whenever you are taking that, as kind of the basis of the story that you're telling, I can imagine, and it's a really good, it's a really good position to take from your side to, want to do it from the most, honest, most respectful position possible, especially when you're talking about, people's history and their past and their story. And, I'm sure that the challenges, I've asked a bunch of different filmmakers throughout the day today, these projects, when you're going into them, there's always something to be learned. And with each project, you learn something different every time. And, so with this, what would you say is one of the biggest takeaways about this project, something about this experience that you feel like that you learned with this one specifically that you'll take on with your filmmaking career as you move forward?
I would say one big takeaway from this project in particular is just the importance of community and reaching people through other people. So basically, we started with one person, Cheyenne Davis, in this film. She's actually barely in the film. She works at the local community college, but she was like our point person, right? Like I just started with her. You're like, how do I even begin to make a movie about an entire town or whatever? Then suddenly it was like, oh, can you introduce us to anybody? Oh yeah, you got to meet this amazing person, this awesome person, this awesome person. And then I talked to that person and they're like, oh, there was this, there was a swim coach. He's telling me a story about an incredible story he tells in the film. Then he's like, you need to go meet her. So then I talked to her. Then she says, you need to meet my grandma, And so it really does sprawl out like the network is very visible.
Awesome.
And the same names come up. You'll see, oh, of course I know so-and-so. Oh, have you met so-and-so yet? I'm like, oh yeah, I already got them. Oh yeah, you got to go down, get the radio station. And you start to see how people really do endorse each other in these areas. They shout each other out.
That's awesome.
They were more than happy to share with me like the cool stuff I needed to see.
That's cool. That's very cool. That's very interesting. And with the North Carolina Film Festival, so I'm the president of Eno River Media, which is the 501c3, the nonprofit that actually puts on the North Carolina Film Festival. And so our main purpose is just to highlight North Carolina filmmakers, to highlight filmmaking within the state, and let everybody know, that movie making is alive and well here in NC. And so, could you talk a little bit about what it is like to be a filmmaker in North Carolina? Maybe some of the pros or cons, or some of the things that you've experienced specifically about working here in NC?
Sure, yeah. I have not lived outside of the state at any point during my life, so I can't claim to have a lot of experience of doing it elsewhere. But what I like about it here, honestly, is that there's a lot of people who are interested in making films, and I guess it's a little less crowded of a space here in North Carolina. Again, I don't know, but I would assume if you go to a real hotspot for this sort of thing, sure, there's a lot of opportunities, but at the same time, it's like you're elbow to elbow with all these incredible creative people. I think here, there's lots of space to grow and shine and, carve out your space like in North Carolina. I mean, like this anchored in Clinton, it's about an incredibly small, tiny rural town, North Carolina. Like it's got a very specific target audience, right? It's not going to be the most mainstream thing you'll see, but it's such a cool opportunity. And I think the state is so diverse. It's packed with little amazing stories like that. The small story, like it doesn't have to be, this is in Los Angeles. That's okay. Like if we're talking documentaries, there's countless amazing people in North Carolina and opportunities to tell stories out here, I think. And apparently a lot of people are moving here right now from those areas. So I'm happy to, I'm sure in the next couple of years that the scene is going to really explode even more.
Very interesting. And as a, as a young filmmaker, you are now, you have submitted to film festivals. You're a finalist in the official North Carolina Film Festival. Can you give a little bit of advice to filmmakers that may just be starting out, or they're kind of questioning whether or not they should really go for it? What's some advice that you have for younger filmmakers or filmmakers just starting out about trying to get to where you are now, officially selected in a film festival, with very high judge ratings and all of that?
Sure. I would say it's probably cliche, but story is definitely the most important, and particularly with documentary work, which, that's where I'm coming from with all my answers, that perspective. I would say go make a video. It's never been a better time. Like if you have a smartphone,
right,
you very well might have a 4K camera in your pocket. And it's about the people. I love the technical aspect of filmmaking. I'm a huge geek for gadgets and technology. Playing with cameras and equipment is very fun, but you have to have a conversation with a person. Like if you're doing documentaries, like you have to sit down and look at them and listen to them. And that's anyone can, you can get started doing that, especially with smartphones and the way, social media, there's so many opportunities out there now, even more than whenever I was first starting with like a Canon DSLR, like 10 years ago ish. Yeah, just get out there and make videos, man, make movies. You can do it. You just got to do it.
It's true. It's good advice. And there's no better time than now, with the digital age and everything. So you mentioned being very interested in the technical side. What kind of camera did you use for this film?
I used the Sony A7S III, which So I used to work for the company that published this documentary. I started my own video production company about a year ago, and when I left, I got new gear. So I had to go with the Sony A7S3. I'm a huge Sony fanboy. I respect anyone's decision, though. Whatever. I know a lot of people love Canon. I feel like Sony and Canon are probably some of the bigger ones for us, more lower level filmmakers. You know, out here for me, single man crew most of the time, but it does a good job for me.
Awesome. Yeah, I had to ask. So we get to the end, and I want to, ask each filmmaker, a couple fun questions about just kind of like your own personal taste about everything. So if you could humor me, I'd love to ask you, if you had to pick, 2 or 3 of your favorite films, what are 2 movies that you really love?
2 movies that I really love. I'm just going to shamelessly say Fight Club. Because I remember watching that movie at some point and just, it was the first time I saw something with just a twist like that. I guess as a young kid, I was like, this is amazing, dude. Another movie that I love.
Fight Club's awesome.
I'm going to say, I don't know if I would honestly say love, but probably one of the most memorable movies for me would be Donnie Darko. I remember being in college and watching this movie. It's just, if you haven't seen
Donnie
it,
Darko is awesome.
so unusual. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people who are in the film like it, but it's kind of bitch.
Yeah, that's one of my cousins. That's like my cousin's favorite movie. And then when you talk about Fight Club, I mean, David Fincher, he's awesome. Seven is my favorite movie. So definitely, the directing style right there is just, I couldn't agree more. Yeah. Is there a movie quote that, you've kind of memorized or it's been stuck in your head over the years, or one that just pops up?
Honestly, I don't have a single movie quote for you, but I will say lately, I've really been enjoying Encanto. I just think the writing and a lot of the music in that movie is phenomenal. And so there's my answer. The soundtrack to Encanto is my current favorite thing to quote or listen to.
Oh, the animated feature.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. Okay, all right. Very good.
Surprisingly good,
okay.
yeah.
Okay, awesome. And so what is a picture that is really popular that it seems like, just everybody likes, but you either haven't seen it or you don't care for it very much?
So I think I would say Taxi Driver for that one. I have seen it once.
Oh, okay.
And I know it's considered to be very important to the world of film, and I don't know, man. I don't know if I get it. I might need someone to explain to me why it's great. I don't know.
That's one of my favorite questions. Yeah, I love that question because especially talking to filmmakers about it, it's like, it's almost as hard as what is your favorite movie, but at the same time, you're just like, just the opinions, it's cool to hear all the different answers from everybody. We really appreciate your time today, Mr. Kinlaw. Is there anything else that you'd like to mention about Anchored in Clinton today?
I just want to say thank you for having me and my work here. And thank you to Ed and C for publishing this. It really means a lot to me that there are people out there who are willing to pay for this sort of content to be created, because it's honestly not that scandalous. It's probably not going to get the most clicks, but to me, it's authentic and real. And it really means a lot to me that, Mebin Rash and the whole team there, Caroline Parker at Ed and C helped me out a lot. And, they're just some great people. So check them out, ednc.org. And if you enjoy the film, they publish other Anchored In. So I did one called Anchored in Tarboro. There's other filmmakers have made ones for them, various towns in North Carolina. So you can check that out if you want to see more.
And how can people find out more information about you, Robert?
Sure. You can hit me up at robertkinlaw.com. So just my first and last name. That's my website. I'm doing corporate, advertising in addition to documentary work, just any sort of video production. So happy to take on new clients, or if you just want to shoot me a message. I live near Fayetteville, so always excited to meet new filmmakers or anyone in the state who's interested in this stuff.
Awesome. Well, we really appreciate your time today, Mr. Kinlaw. Your project definitely caught the attention of our judges, and congratulations on your official selection. We're very happy to have you at the North Carolina Film Festival this year. We look forward to having you back again soon. Everybody make sure that they go and check out robertkinlaw.com. And we're here at the North Carolina Film Festival live today at the new Bern Civic Theater. Make sure that you check out Anchored in Clinton, coming soon from Robert Kinlaw. Thank you, guys. We will be right back with more at the North Carolina Film Festival. Right back here in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official 4th annual North Carolina Film Festival. I'm your host, Justin Yates. We are here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater, and we have with us right now Mr. Clay Martin, Mr. Jason Powell from the film Serves. How are you gentlemen doing?
Doing well. Good.
So you guys are down, their volume's a little low. So you guys are down in Florida right now, but you're originally from Asheville, North Carolina, right?
Yes. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're teachers in Weaverville, North Carolina, just outside of Asheville. Elementary, primary school.
Very cool.
Right.
Awesome, fantastic. So for people that haven't seen the film, could you guys tell us a little bit about Serves? What is it about? What did it take to do the project?
Oh, okay. Well, it's actually the 10th. We make these movies as part of a drama club. And it's a drama club that we've had going for about 8 years. And we audition kids and they practice acting. And we, just write a story and create a movie over the course of the year. And we show it to the students at the end of the year. And this is our 10th, Serves as our 10th film. So we just thought, these last few movies, they're getting a little better. So we've tried to push them out a little further and enter a few festivals with them and things like that. So
That's very, very cool. That's very cool. Do you guys want to mention some of the people that were involved in the project? Who were some of the people within your team that it took to complete this?
Well, Jason is one of my assistant directors. The other part of the trio is Chris Morton, who's another teacher at the elementary school there. And we're kind of a little filmmaking trio. We've got these little projects going. We did the 48-hour film festival in Asheville last summer and had a lot of fun with that. So it's just fun to make movies with these kids and then show them to the kids who are super excited to see them. And it's just a lot of fun.
And parents helped out with the costumes.
Yes, right. Yeah, parents help with costumes and having their kid dressed the same way every Tuesday, which is when our drama club meets throughout the year so that it looks consistent. That doesn't always happen. So
that's cool. That's awesome. It's really cool that you guys are, providing that type of outlet for, what could eventually be a large group of young filmmakers. That's awesome that you guys do that. And,
right.
Our organization, Eno River Media, that puts on the official North Carolina Film Festival every year, our sole purpose is to let people know that filmmaking is alive and well in North Carolina, and we advocate for North Carolina filmmakers and filmmaking here in the state. So could you guys talk a little bit about what it's like to do filmmaking in North Carolina and just a little bit of the experience that you've had with doing, some of the work that you've done here in the state?
Sure. Well, it's a different kind of filmmaking when you're working with students and, showing how a film is even made and getting them all on the page of what we're doing and what shots are and scenes are and blocking and all of that stuff. And, this is we're both original North Carolinians.
Yeah. So what we found too is that we live in the mountains of North Carolina, so we have such beautiful scenery,
right?
And we have such a beautiful location to be able to shoot. And one of our next projects that we've been thinking about really centers around the Appalachian Mountains and the culture of North Carolina. So we're kind of looking forward to creating that one as well. So
yeah.
We have all North Carolina does offer everything from beaches to mountains, so and everything in between. So you have it all if you're looking for shooting locations. So it's great for that.
That is so true.
Yeah, we've recently heard that. We did some work with some filmmakers that were coming out of state, and they said that the reason why they were sent to North Carolina was because it's like the only place that you can go to that has the beaches, the mountains, the plains and woods. So it's like you can kind of get everything here. I've been asking the filmmakers all day long. Every single one of these projects, you learn something. You go through this filmmaking experience, and you come out on the other end, and it's impossible to not have, you know, learned a valuable lesson that you can take to the next film. For you guys with Serves, what is something that you feel like that you learned from this project that you are going to take with you in the future?
So one of the challenges with Serves is that we had COVID restrictions changing during the school year. So early on, there were times when you had to be masked if you were in a room with anyone else. And so we got a lot better with green screen than we were before, because a lot of times when you see kids together, they're actually not together at all. They're talking to nobody over there, and we're having to do it one kid at a time out in the hall with the kid by themselves. And so I think we've upped our game with those kind of things by necessity. So
and one of the challenges of just working with a group of kids for a club like that is, what do you do with the ones that aren't on screen?
Oh, yeah.
So having to figure out what to do with the kids who aren't acting in that moment,
right?
And giving them something to do and an activity, so they're just, you know, not just being kids all over the place when you're trying to make movies. So.
And one of my challenges I want to do for for the club, like I always want them to have a really full experience, even if they're not on camera in that moment, and learning about filmmaking. So I really want to bring them in and put them behind the camera for some of the film that we do next year, just to you know, give them even more experience with this stuff. So
that's really cool. That's really awesome. And I know that they're just having a blast, and that you guys just seem like you've had such a great time putting on this project and putting it together. I mean, it sounds like, you know, you all are fantastic teachers, and you must just have tons of fun. We, you know, we're really glad to have Serves in the film festival this year. You know, it's one of those projects, especially you guys being from North Carolina. You know, could you talk a little bit about, because people mention, you know, it's very difficult to work with animals, they say, and it's very difficult to work with kids. So, I mean, you know, as far as the challenges is concerned, what advice do you guys have, you know, having made multiple pictures with children? You know, what's some advice about working with kids that other filmmakers might be able to benefit from hearing from you guys?
Right. Well, I mean, I immediately, like, there are shortcuts you kind of have to take, because kids don't have a whole lot of patience to sit there for the scene to be just so. So it's kind of run and gun filmmaking, you know. And you know, one of the shortcuts I do is that we, instead of a script and a storyboard and then a shot list, I'm kind of lately just writing a shot list. Like, just skip the other two and go straight to the shot list, because with so many other things, that's not really about the kids, but it's just about teaching and all the other things we do along with it. But also, it's just like working with kids and being patient with them, because they feel initially very silly when it's time to act in front of a camera, you know, and they'll just laugh, you know, and it's just so natural to do that. And you really have to be patient, because it's going to happen, you know. So, yeah, just patience. And
like I mentioned, having something for them to do when they're not on camera.
That's right.
So they're not, you know, talking to their friends or being in the background.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm.
That's really good advice. That's really good advice. You know, it's interesting, because especially with speaking with, you know, all the different filmmakers for the festival this year and in the previous years, you know, it's like we're all making movies, but the experience is so different, you know, from one film to the next, and the cast and the crew and the challenges and, you know, the things that you look forward to and the things you don't ever want to do again, you know. So it's cool to hear the, you know, the differences and, you know, some of the different aspects of the work. When we get to the end, I like to ask the filmmakers, I have a couple of questions that are kind of like fun filmmaker questions, if you guys would humor me. I'd love to ask you, so to the both of you, what is one or two films that you absolutely love? Two of your favorite movies.
Ooh. Want me to go? Go ahead.
Well, I've got The Goonies, of course, for me.
Oh, right.
And I'm telling you,
there you go.
Princess Bride, both to me. as a kid growing up, I could watch over and over again, and I still do.
Right.
So those two
Awesome.
to speak to the talent in me. So
Sure. We both like really riff on these 80s movies, and mine are more like the fantasies, and Never Ending Story is a big one. Even Edward Scissorhands,
Oh, yeah.
that's a 90s, but the
Oh,
Outcast
man.
stories about the Outcast and things like that, you know, good stuff. So
Edward Scissorhands is awesome, man. Did you
Yeah,
see
yeah.
Timothy Chalamet
He
dressed up as Edward
doesn't
Scissorhands?
like Edward Scissorhands.
Sorry.
Not a Tim Burton fan.
I just recently saw where Timothy Chalamet dressed up as Edward Scissorhands, and they
Oh,
were
wow.
kind of like putting it out there like, oh, I don't know. So I don't know. I guess we'll see. All right, what about a movie quote? Do you guys have a movie quote that's kind of stuck in your head or has been there that you could recite?
Well, since being a Goonies fan and teaching, I yell at my classroom, "Hey, you guys!" all the time. I'm calling him for what he says. I have Goonies never say die. Just because you don't give up, you just keep going. I mean, make mistakes, just keep going. Those are my top.
Wow.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time coming up with a quote. Nothing's popping in there right now.
Well, I was a big Lebowski fan too. I have all kinds of
Right,
that.
a
But
lot
most
of
of those I can't say.
quotable.
You know.
Right, that's right. Keep it. Yeah. Sure.
Those are good ones. What about a film that other people have seen that's super popular, but you've either never seen it before or just don't really care for it?
I've never seen before. Then like some certain ones, you just like Titanic. I've never seen Titanic. It's just everybody's like, you got to see it.
Really?
I've never seen Titanic. Never cared to.
That's the second time somebody's mentioned that today. That's interesting.
Wow.
And Edward Scissorhands. Like you
Right.
said, like
I keep
everybody
trying to
likes
get
it.
him to watch
And Edward Scissorhands.
Nightmare Before Christmas. All the Tim Burton. He doesn't want anything to do with it. Yeah. I don't know. When you said that, I started thinking more about TV shows like Lost and Breaking Bad and the ones that got so big.
Yeah, I've never seen either one of those. Yeah, those are good.
I finally jumped into Breaking Bad and it was really good, but sometimes it gets so much momentum, there's a little resistance to get into it.
Got to turn it. You got to take a break.
Right.
Awesome. Well, you guys definitely, you are doing some really awesome work. You definitely caught the attention of our judges. The film was well received by everybody up here. We want to really thank you all for taking the time to submit to the North Carolina Film Festival. We want to give a huge thank you to both Jason and Clay for joining us today for the interview here on the live stream, our YouTube live stream, here live at the New Bern Civic Theater, the historic New Bern Civic Theater here in New Bern, North Carolina, here at the official 4th Annual North Carolina Film Festival. So where can people see Serves, guys, or get some more information about you, or keep an eye on the project as it's getting close to coming out?
Right. So it's already up on, our school just changed its website, so you can't go there until they fix it all back. They just switched servers or something on us. But I do have a YouTube channel, and I have all of our 10 drama club movies we've made. Serves is on there too. And you just have to look up Mr. Martin on YouTube, and you have to spell out Mr. Mister Martin, then you'll find it.
So we have
very cool.
Like commercial projects.
That's
we're working
right.
on
Right. We do have that too.
with Shortline Studios.
Shortline Studios, like Shortline, like the train in Monopoly. So that's one of our more personal projects are on there too. So yeah.
Awesome. Very good. Excellent. Well, thank you for letting us know about that. And just so that way everybody knows, this live stream will continue to be live all the way until 10 p.m. tonight. And then at 10 p.m., it'll immediately turn into a video that you can reference back and rewind and watch all of this information. So make sure that you check out everything coming from Jason and Clay. Make sure that you check out Serves. We thank you, gentlemen, so much for being a part of the film festival this year. And thank you for the interview.
Thank you. I hope you enjoy the movie.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much. And we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen, here live at the official North Carolina Film Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival. I'm your host, Justin Yates, and we are joined right now by Sherrod Banks and Lauren Banks from the music video, The City Streets. How are you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Doing really well.
Thank you all for joining us for the interview. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you for having us. This is a big deal, big day for us.
Absolutely.
It's the first time we've been screened on the big screen, so we're really excited.
Oh, really? That's awesome. Congratulations. Yeah. Really, really happy to have you all. That's actually how I want to start. You know, can you all talk a little bit about the City Streets, about the project? Just tell us about everything. How's everything been going?
Yeah, well, I'll start. So City Streets, the music video was for an artist named Big Daddy Wilson. Big Daddy Wilson is from from Edenton, North Carolina. I am from Durham, North Carolina. However, my father and executive producer of the video is from Edenton, North Carolina. And it just so happens that Big Daddy Wilson and my dad were childhood friends. And awesome. So what came of that was I've always known that my dad had a great friend who was a wonderful soul music artist who lived in Germany. And I'd never met him before, but I was working on a project called Noel Mercy, a film. And I showed my dad some of the material for, my preparation. And he said, I think there's a really good song that would go really well with this concept. He played a few songs for me, and I chose the very song that he was thinking of. So we got Blunt on the phone, Daddy Wilson on the phone in Germany, and we said, can I barter using your song for me directing your next music video?
That's exactly right. He has a song. He has an album out called Hard Time Blues. He shared a sneak preview of it with me last December, and I just knew it was right for Lauren's project. But I didn't tell her. I just played, just let her listen to the music as she said, and we had the exact same thought. So that began the production of this particular video in my hometown, in Big Daddy Wilson's hometown. He hasn't lived there since he was 18 years old. He's an artist now in Germany, and he tours all over Europe. Right this minute, he's in Budapest. Mm-hmm. He's a blues artist there. But anyway, that's how it all got started. And we involved a lot of people who we grew up with. You'll see them in the video. They had a blast doing it. It was wonderful for us.
Yeah.
And who are some of the people you mentioned, that you had, that there were a lot of people on the project? Who are some of the people that you'd like to mention that really helped, get the project started and going along and have led you to where you guys are today?
Yeah. So as soon as we knew we were going to do the video, I contacted a really great DP in LA. His name is Raphael Van Ostrom. Raphael was the cinematographer. Nick Daniel, who is the editor, who I've worked with many times. I let Nick know we were going to have a video coming his way right away. And then we had a really fantastic crew out of LA. Some of my friends in New York came down to North Carolina. And then we had a gaffer named Matt Moore. He's local to North Carolina, out of Greensboro, High Point area, and a lot of other crew members here locally to make the project happen on the production side. And then on the acting side of things, we had some local folks that I met in Edenton that we cast a couple of days before the shoot.
Yeah, and near and dear to my heart, there were, you'll see in the video, the McLeese sisters. These are folks who grew up on the same street that I grew up on, and we sang in the same choir together when we were growing up. And you'll see the soulful feel of them in the video. They are just wonderful people, and we were glad to have them in the video, and they were glad to be there.
Not to mention that we shot the film, video on old Hertford Lane. Paxton Lane, mm-hmm. Off of Old Hertford Road. And that's the road that they all grew up on. And so you'll see a lot of people from the Old Hertford Road community as background actors in the piece as well. Not to mention my mom was our art director, and she also baptized my character in the piece.
Oh, that's awesome. That's really cool. So, you guys, has everybody got a chance to see it yet? I know that, it's still in the festival. You're still doing the festival circuit and everything, but everybody must just be so excited, for everything that y'all are doing.
I think they are.
Yeah, no question about
We've
that.
shared it with a few people with the link, and some people. I have friends that say my dad, who's my friend from childhood, who I watched Barney with, was good friends with my dad, and she said my dad watches that video 4 times a day. So yeah, we're very happy.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's really cool. That's really cool. I've been asking a lot of the filmmakers. It seems like with each one of these projects that there's just this enormous amount of learning that happens. It's impossible to go through the experience of making a video, whether it's a music video or animation or short or feature, and not come out on the other side having learned a tremendous amount. Can you all talk about some of the things that you're going to take away that you've learned from this experience specifically?
Totally.
Well, I'm not in the industry, and my daughter is in the industry, so everything about the video and the production side of was brand new to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is the first project like this that I've ever worked on. So for me, I believe in Lauren. And so when Lauren's involved in something, one way or another, I'm involved in something. And so everything, I would say everything about the video, I learned.
Right on. And
awesome.
I had this was not my first time directing a music video. However, it was my first time acting, performing, and directing at the same time. And
you were the director, you acted in it, producer, and also, did you say you edited?
No, Nick Daniel edited, but I was definitely the actor, director, and producer. So I'm sure Justin, wearing those hats. The producer has a lot of flyers to put out, the director has a lot of solves to figure out, and then the actor has to forget everything and be present and give a performance. So I think I learned that preparation is key. Having a story that's near and true and dear to you, that kind of comes from yourselves is key, because you can improv a lot, and a lot of wonderful discoveries are found on the day on set. And then knowing that who you bring into the project and who you trust to do their jobs is, equally as important. And so, because they have to have your back and you have to have theirs. So it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it's really great that you mentioned trust, because that's something, that we talk about a lot. It's wild, especially when you're in the filmmaking community, when you're working on one of these projects. It's so difficult to make a good film because one person cannot make, a good music video or a good short film. It's just, you need a whole team of people, and each person has to be, like an expert in their field. They got to be good at acting, or they got to be a good cinematographer or director or something, so it's hard to get all the people together and put, the whole puzzle together and do it. But you guys have done it, and I mean, you've been officially selected, you guys are nominated for awards. We really appreciate you taking the time to think about us and submit to the North Carolina Film Festival. And,
yes.
as I will say, the first music video that has ever played at the North Carolina Film Festival, this is the 4th annual, and we added the music video category this year. And so it's interesting to go back and talk to some of the judges and read some of the comments for what they thought about your piece, because it was very, very highly rated. And so you guys should be very proud of what you've done.
Thank you. Very.
I wanted to, I absolutely. And, I've been asking all the other filmmakers, I kind of like to ask a couple fun filmmaker questions at the end, if you guys don't mind.
Yeah, I would love it.
So what's one or two movies from both of you that you just absolutely love? Just a movie that you like more than anything.
I absolutely love Forrest Gump.
Forrest Gump, yes, that's one of my favorite.
One of my favorites
I love
too.
that
and
one.
I mentioned the how many pastoral scenes and how much you could really appreciate Alabama, if you will, in the film.
Yeah.
Had a lot of inspiration for sure in general. And Shawshank Redemption and 12 Years a Slave.
Wow. Yeah. Yes. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay. Those are great.
No Country for Old Men. Okay. My last one. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
How many do I have to name?
Just some of your favorite movies.
Oh, okay.
Just one or two.
Well, I'll try to add to that list. How about that? I'll add The Color Purple.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And a contemporary.
Oh yeah.
movie.
Now that's a classic right there.
Oh yeah. I saw that when I think I was in college, but just.
I was gonna say I was in school the first time I saw it.
Yep. And a contemporary movie that's fun that we just saw together recently.
Mm-hmm.
I think you were there. Maverick.
Oh yeah, Top Gun.
Yeah, that one was really good. Really good. Really good.
It
Is there
took a long
is there a
time.
movie? Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it took a long time to do a sequel, but I think in the case of Top Gun and Maverick, it worked out great. It was worth the wait.
Yeah, I just read the other day that movie is like the movie that Paramount's been waiting for, because apparently now it's gonna turn into a franchise and they're gonna make a few more now. So, I was like, oh wow, that'll be interesting to see a Top Gun franchise, and just kind of see where it goes. Is there a movie quote that you guys feel like is stuck in your head? One that is always up there that you might be able to recite for us? A memorized movie quote or something from a film?
Yeah. Let's see if I can remember. There's Great Debaters is actually another one of my favorite films. It starred Denzel Washington, Journey Smollett, and I think it was Whitaker.
Yeah, Forrest Whitaker.
Yeah, Forrest Whitaker. And I love the film. And there's a longer line, but I love it. They say, "Who is the judge? The judge is God. Why is he God? Because he decides who wins and loses, not my opponent. Who is your opponent? He doesn't exist. Why doesn't he exist? Because he is a mere distraction to the truth I speak. So speak the truth." I love that quote.
Wow, that's cool.
It's a mantra, but I love it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. I've seen the movie.
No pressure, Mr. Banks.
Well, listen, I'm going to go with something a whole lot more surface than that, but everybody knows it. You can't handle the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Very good. So lastly, what is a film that you guys have never seen before or you don't like, but it just seems like the whole world loves it and everybody's seen that movie, but you've never seen it or you just really don't care that much for it?
Good one.
They're difficult. These questions are difficult sometimes. What was it?
The Matrix.
I've never seen it.
Oh, The Matrix. It's cool. It's cool to hear the different. It's cool to hear that mine. I've been saying it throughout the day, but mine was Harry Potter or Lord of the Rings. It's not that I don't like them. I've just never seen them, and every time I mention that, everybody's like, "You've never seen those movies?"
No,
So
yeah,
that's-
I've actually never seen it. Not that I don't like it. I've just never seen it.
There you go.
I haven't seen
There
the
you go.
Harry Potter movies either.
You haven't?
Mm-mm.
They're really great.
No, I haven't seen it.
Justin, you gotta check it out.
Awesome. Definitely. Well, thank you all so much. We really appreciate, you guys submitting to the North Carolina Film Festival, for coming and doing the interview with us. We wish you all the best of luck. Beautiful film, beautiful music video. You all did a fantastic job. Good luck tonight at the award ceremony. That's going to be at 9:00. Everybody can watch that award ceremony right here on the YouTube live stream for the North Carolina Film Festival tonight at 9 p.m. We want to thank Mr. I just want to make sure I say it right. Sherrod, right?
Yep, Sherrod.
Mr. Sherrod Banks, Miss Lauren Banks. With The City Streets, they put out a remarkable music video, officially selected at the North Carolina Film Festival. Thank you guys so much again for joining with us today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, North Carolina Film Festival, and everybody who's watching.
Thanks for doing it.
And cheers to everybody who's making films. Keep going.
Cheers to that. Thank you guys so much. We'll be right back right here at the North Carolina Film Festival. 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival. I'm your host, Justin Yates, and I have with me Mr. Richard Kane from Truth Tellers. How are you, sir?
I'm great. Thank you so much for inviting Truth Tellers to your festival. We really appreciate it. Thank you, North Carolina Film Festival.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
You guys are the best.
Yes, sir. We're honored to have you. I'd love to start with if you could just tell us a little bit about Truth Tellers.
Okay. Well, I started this project with Robert Shetterly, who is the subject of the film. He started a project in 2001, just after 9/11, called Americans Who Tell the Truth. He was so enraged by our country's entry into the Iraq War and the lies that led up to it, that he had to do something to kind of quell his anger. So he looked on the wall, and he's a painter. He was a painter of surrealistic paintings, and he had never painted a portrait in his life. But he looked on his wall, and he saw a quote by Walt Whitman, and the quote was, "Love the earth, the sun, the animals, despise riches, hate tyrants, take off your hat to nothing." And he decided to paint a portrait of this great American poet, Walt Whitman. And his wife and painting partner, Gail Page, took a look at it, and she said, "This is wonderful. You should do another one." And she recognized that he was so kind of put at ease by painting this portrait that she suggested he paint another one. So he painted Frederick Douglass, and then Sojourner Truth, and then just so many more. And now he's up to 260, what he calls now his models of courageous citizenship. So one of the subjects is, or probably several, but one who is in the film Truth Tellers is Bree Newsom Bass, who is from Charlotte, North Carolina. And she was so insulted by, when the mass murder happened at the AME Baptist Church in Columbia, South Carolina, and the Clementa Pinckney, the reverend there, was murdered. And then and he was also a senator, a state senator from South Carolina. During his funeral, the American flag was lowered to half staff, and but the Confederate flag stayed up at the top of its pole. And she was so insulted by that she was inspired to climb the flagpole and to take it down. And so she was one of Rob Shetterly's models of courageous citizenship. And that's what the purpose of this film is, really to get people inspired and active for racial justice and indigenous justice and climate justice. And so I've been working with, and Rob Shetterly was actually a collaborator of mine on a series of films about artists who came out of New York and Boston and moved up to Maine and looked around and said, "Boy, this is such a beautiful place. I think I'm going to move here." And we started making this series of films together. He was like a producer, writer, and I was the director and the editor. And so we made this series of films, and now we're up to about 20 films. And early on, he wasn't old enough yet to be a subject of our film. We were choosing subjects who a lot of these artists were getting older and were dying off, and we were losing the wisdom that they had. So it took a while for us to start this film on Rob Shetterly, and so we've got it going. And Truth Tellers has gone all around the country, and it's been in a dozen film festivals and 70 different venues across the country at universities and art museums and all over. So we're really, and just last a couple of weeks ago, was at the National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C., where there were some of his portrait subjects, and he unveiled the portrait of Dawn Wooten from Georgia, who was a whistleblower. She was a nurse, and she blew the whistle on the doctor at ICE who was actually sterilizing immigrant women without their knowledge. So he really portrays these great Americans who have the courage to do what's right and to speak the truth and to speak truth to power. So I'm really encouraging everybody to see this film, to go to our website, truthtellersfilm.com, and to let everybody know about this film and to be inspired to become active in your community and to tell the truth and to be honest and do the right thing, as Spike Lee would say. Oh, he is one of the people that does inspire me. I think that you were going to ask a question about what films out there do I really love, and he was the actually it was what's his name? Sam Pollard is a great director editor, and he's been the editor of a lot of Spike Lee's films, and one of the most recent films that Spike Lee made that that Sam Pollard made was called Black Art in the Absence of Light, and it was just a brilliant film. I hope it was on HBO. I hope everybody gets a chance to see that one. And he purchased from us about a minute of a film that we made on this great American artist, David Driscoll, who died at the beginning of the pandemic from COVID, April 1st, 2020. One of the great painters of all time, African-American from the Washington, D.C. area. So there you have it. You got any questions for me, Justin?
That's great. Yeah. So can you talk a little bit about the challenges that you guys have faced making a project like this?
Well, I'd been making in part with Rob Shetterly. At times he'd jump in and consult with me, and we'd sit down and I'd provide the chocolate and he'd provide the carrots because he was protecting his eyes. So he ate the carrots. I ate the chocolate for my brain. I need all the help I can get. What was the question? You see? Proof. What was the question?
Just what are some of the challenges that you guys face having to do a project like this?
Right. Well, we had been making films about artists, and one was called Imber's Left Hand that I just showed last night. It opened the Mid-Coast Film Festival, and I hadn't seen it in about 8 years, and it was just so wonderful to see it again. It was an artist who he lost the ability to paint with his right hand because he had ALS, and he started painting with his left hand, which is why we called it Imber's Left Hand. Well, this was a story, and all of my films have been stories about a single person. So the challenge, a single artist, and everybody has different kinds of intelligences. Rob Shetterly is clearly the intellectual intelligence, and I have the maybe you can call it the emotional intelligence. I find that making a film about Rob Shetterly and his models of courageous citizenship, he had 260 subjects, 260 models of courageous citizenship. And which 5 or 6 or 10 subjects would we select to make a film about?
Yeah.
And so ultimately chose 10 people and focused on racial and indigenous justice and climate justice, because these were we're living through a very difficult time, and these are some of the highest priority issues in my mind, and with all of us. So that was the challenge. What was it that we were going to make this film about, and which subjects were we going to select? I'm battling, and another challenge is battling the sun. As a filmmaker, you're really very interested in light. And if I lean one way, whoa, I get the sun in my eyes. So that's the challenge. But I also worked with a fabulous DP, a director of photography, by the name of Bob Elfstrom, who, he's an older guy now, but he was is one of the top cinematographers and directors of photography of all time. Worked with the Maisel brothers and Ricky Leacock and on some of the greatest documentaries of all time, like "Gimme Shelter." George Lucas was one of the photographers in that film that was made in like
Oh, wow.
1969, and just so many, Running Fence and Valley Curtain about Christo, the great artist. So I learn from people who I bring on to collaborate with me, and you never stop learning. You keep your eyes and ears open, and you just never stop. Keep on going. Never stop.
That's very true. It seems like every project, you learn a little bit more every single time. It's almost impossible to get to the very end and not walk away with something.
Yeah.
We really appreciate you taking the time, Mr. Kane, and thank you so much for submitting to the North Carolina Film Festival. Your film was highly regarded from our judges, and
Sure.
nominated for awards. You guys are a finalist tonight, this evening. For everybody watching at home, just remember that the award ceremony for the official North Carolina Film Festival will be tonight at 9 p.m. You can watch it right here on our YouTube live stream. Mr. Kane, the film is Truth Tellers. Now, where can people go to see the film? You mentioned before, is it already out, or is it still going through the circuit, and then you guys have a plan to release it later?
Yeah, well, it's on the circuit, and as I said, it's been it's today. It was at the in addition to your festival, it was also at the Whistleblowers Summit and Film Festival, and it's more information about the film you can find on truthtellersfilm.com, but it's not available yet streaming, but it is available virtually at all of the film festivals that we're participating in. I expect that after the first of the year, it will be available streaming, but it's all over the country. We have a most fantastic impact producer, a woman by the name of Marga Varea, and I hate to say this, but every filmmaker should call her up, and she doesn't have enough time to represent all the films that people are wanting her to represent, but she has been a godsend to this film. She's been, with us for the last 3 films of ours, and we're indebted to her for getting it out there all across the country. And she's just the best. And you got to work with great people, and because you can't have all the knowledge and all the talent in one person. You have to bring a team of people together.
Very true.
And that's what filmmaking is all about. It's a collaboration, and you have to know how to work with people and how to honor other people's talents. And so that's what I try to do, and that's what I've learned to do over the years. And as you see from the color of my hair, I didn't start yesterday.
Well said, Mr. Kane. Fantastic.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much again for your time today. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you check out Truth Tellers. It's going to be out very soon. Make sure that you check out Richard Kane, ladies and gentlemen, and everything that's coming up. Mr. Kane, we really appreciate your time today. Thank you so much again, and congratulations.
We really appreciate the North Carolina Film Festival. We'll be telling all our friends about it. And good luck with the rest of your festival. And let's see if I can keep the sun out of my eyes. There we go. We got it now. Okay, guys, have a great festival.
Yes, sir. Thank you again. We'll keep in touch with you, and we will talk to you very soon, Mr. Kane.
Okay, thank you so much. Have a great festival.
Thank you guys so much, and we'll be right back more live here from the New Bern Civic Theater at the official North Carolina Film Festival.
Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kane. Yeah, absolutely. We sent the...
Ação.
Hello and welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival. We're here with Clelia and Sylvia, who is her cousin.
I'm her niece.
Her niece.
Mm-hmm.
So the film is Anna Vespa, and Clelia is joining us from Italy. And so her niece Sylvia is here at the official North Carolina Film Festival at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater in New Bern, North Carolina. And so we're going to do the interview with Clelia here, and Sylvia is going to be translating. So I just want to thank you so much, Clelia, for joining us and for submitting your film, which has been very well received from the judges here at the film festival. If you could tell us a little bit about what you would like for people to know about the film.
Então, primeiro queríamos agradecer por você ter botado o seu filme para ser mostrado aqui, e a gente quer saber o que você gostaria de falar compartilhar sobre o seu filme.
Thank you very much for this opportunity, wonderful opportunity. Que eu posso falar? O que eles gostariam de saber? Alguma curiosidade? Porque, assim, se querem que eu fale do processo, como nasceu a ideia, posso começar a falar disso, então.
Is there something more specific, like how would you like to know how she started the process, how the idea started?
Oh, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Let's start there.
Sim, vamos começar com isso.
Okay. A ideia nasceu a partir do presidente da Château de Lumière, Associazione Culturale, que é uma associação cultural que promove a cultura, especialmente o cinema, sem fins de lucro. E o presidente, que se chama Donati, chegou com essa ideia porque ele é um apaixonado de Vespa e de motocicletas. E sabe também fazer esse restauração, reparo nas motos. E ele veio com essa ideia: vamos fazer um curta-metragem sobre uma garota que leva a velha Vespa para reparar, para fazer o restauro e desenvolver a história e o argumento e o roteiro.
So the whole idea started with the director of Château de Lumière, which is their organization. It's also a nonprofit foundation. And the director, Romeo Donati, who's actually in the film, he had the idea to restore a Vespa and then tie the idea to this young lady and her process. And that's kind of where it started.
Very cool.
The whole development. He had the idea he wanted to restore it. So he actually restored the Vespa in real time, like for real.
Okay.
He actually really did restore the Vespa for the film.
Wow, that's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So can you talk about some of the challenges? Oh, sorry, go ahead, please. Go ahead, continue.
Pode continuar?
Não, é que eu queria acrescentar que
Tá cortando a chamada, peraí um minutinho.
Que vocês veem o restauro da Vespa, não? Da motocicleta Vespa, é verdadeiro, é documental.
Sim, eu falei, eu acabei de dizer isso para ele.
É a mesma coisa que eu... Tá me ouvindo?
Sim.
Alô? Tá ouvindo? Vespa é em restauração, que como se diz, faz lixa, depois pinta, tudo aquilo é verdadeiro, é documental. A gente fez antes, 3 meses antes de começar o filme, porque tem um tempo para o restauro da Vespa. Então, 3 meses antes, a gente fez essas pequenas represas, pequenos filmados Agora, às vezes confundo até o italiano com o português. Fala pra eles.
She mixes the Portuguese with the Italian sometimes. So she's saying that the process of the restoring the Vespa began about 3 months before they started filming.
Okay.
So they were filming bits and pieces. So that was almost like a documentary, she said.
Okay.
They filmed bits and pieces of that process before they began with the whole cast.
Oh, wow. That's very, very interesting. What would you say, after going through this process, was the thing that you learned the most about this project?
Então, após passar por esse processo todo, o que você aprendeu com esse projeto? O que foi uma novidade para você?
Aprendi muito, porque a gente aprende sempre. Aprendi a ter paciência, que é difícil para mim.
I learned a lot because we're constantly learning. One of the things is I learned patience, which is difficult for me.
Aprendi que eu tenho que ser, uma das coisas que eu tenho que ser mais dura no sentido de que tenho que insistir com as coisas que eu acredito. Quando eu quero fazer, devo fazer assim, sem ser ditadora. Porque eu sou Áries. Áries tem tendência a ser ditadora.
So I learned that I have to be tough and persistent with the things that I want to do, so that make sure that they happen the way I want them to happen without being like a dictator. And then I'm an Aries, so sometimes I have to reel back the Aries in me.
That's awesome.
Mas em certas coisas, quando a gente acredita muito na ideia, o diretor, né, você quer aquilo, você vê a cena. Então, eu acho que eu tenho que insistir mais, que tentar explicar melhor, porque o filme, eu gosto do filme, mas tem algumas coisas que não saiu exatamente como eu queria. Então, o que eu aprendi isso, eu tenho que ser mais rigorosa com o que eu acredito, com como eu vejo o filme.
So the challenge is that as a director, I have a vision, and I want to make sure that that vision comes through on the camera exactly as I view it. So that it's been challenging to get people to relay that same image. So I learned that I have to be tough and persistent. And that was one of the more challenging aspects of this. Even now that I've seen the film, I noticed that some things didn't quite capture my exact view.
That's very interesting. And I feel like, honestly, that's probably something that a lot of filmmakers face. So that's a very real explanation. Is the film available to watch now, or is it still going through the film festivals and it's going to be available later? Or how can people follow you and your work? How can we find out more about you?
Então, o filme está disponível para o público ou ainda está passando pelo processo de vários festivais? E como que a gente pode te seguir e assistir o filme e seguir o seu projeto, o seu trabalho?
Não, por enquanto, ainda estamos seguindo o circuito dos festivais, ainda não pode estar online. Por enquanto, hoje teve a projeção aí em New Bern, e eu estou muito feliz e muito orgulhosa por ter a minha sobrinha fazendo a minha tradução. Para mim, esse é o maior prêmio que uma pessoa pode receber.
She's praising me.
I recognized a couple of those.
She said, no, it's still going through the circuit of film festivals, so we can't publicize it yet. But right now, I'm just really happy that it's being shown in New Bern, and I have my niece representing me. And at the same time, I'm going to chime in. It's showing in Italy today. Estava mostrando na Itália hoje também, né?
Sim.
Wow,
hoje
congratulations.
Tem uma projeção aqui, porque eu faço a direção artística de uma mostra de curtas-metragens aqui em Moresco, na Itália, e apresentei meu curta em Itália, chamado Falva Terra, que foi projetado hoje também. Então, assim, 3 mesmo dia.
So she also wears your hat, Justin. So in
okay.
Italy, she also is director of a film festival, and today they were having that on display. Qual o nome do festival?
Aqui, no meu não é um festival, é uma mostra de curta-metragem. Aqui, em Moresco, se chama Corte al Castello.
Corte al Castello is what it's called.
Okay.
Corte al Castello sarebbe short in chateau.
Yeah, shorts and the castle. Shorts in the castle, the translation. From
Oh,
Italian.
for the festival. That's
For
the name of the festival.
yeah,
That's
for-
really
yeah.
well. You know, I have to say and I have to say congratulations and good luck at the other festival and good luck with the festival. You know that you guys are doing and I feel like didn't you have 2 official selections in the North Carolina Film Festival? I feel like there was another film.
Você teve 2 seleções oficiais aqui na Carolina do Norte? Ou
Maybe I was mistaken.
talvez estamos enganados?
Carolina do Norte, não. É que hoje,
Okay.
ao mesmo tempo, a projeção em 3 festivais, 3 mostras aqui, em New Bern e em Falva Terra, que é na Itália. Mas New Bern, Carolina do Norte, só em New Bern.
Only New Bern in North Carolina.
International Film Expo. Fomos nominados para o prêmio de Best International Film. Não ganhamos, mas
Aonde?
nominados.
No de Long Island?
Long Island.
In Long Island.
Okay,
Long
okay.
Island Film Festival, they were nominated, but they didn't get the prize.
Oh, okay. Well, is there anything that you'd like to leave us with? Any advice for other filmmakers or anything else that you'd like to mention about the film, about the piece?
Então, para finalizar, tem algo mais que você queira compartilhar? Alguma dica ou sugestão que você queira dar a outros diretores de filme? Algo mais a dizer? E o Léo diz oi.
Como é?
O Léo tá mandando um alôzinho.
O Léo tá mandando.
Você tem algo a mais para contribuir? Alguma dica que você tem para outros diretores?
Perdi a última frase.
We're breaking up. She said.
Mas, não sei, um conselho? Que quer, que a pessoa, que o diretor ou a diretora quer, e pode ser
Cortou um pouco.
nas suas escolhas, dizer porque é o que eu aprendi com esse filme.
We're losing it.
That's okay. We're live. We've been doing it all day.
Então, vou repetir. Alô?
Fala devagar.
Modestamente, o conselho que eu posso dar é de insistir, né, sempre nas suas ideias. O diretor ou a diretora deve ser sempre seguro das suas ideias, da sua visão e insistir em algum modo, sem ser ditador, mas conseguir convencer e fazer entender a todos, a equipe, exatamente o que a pessoa quer, o que o diretor quer.
So her advice to other directors is to always follow their vision and to insist, to be persistent that their vision is followed and not hold back. So
Very
make
good.
sure that their vision comes through. Yeah.
That's great advice. That's great advice. Well, I have to tell you, your film was very well received. You know, we really appreciate the work. Absolutely. Thank you so much and congratulations. Good luck on everything. And we look forward to seeing more from you in the future.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
you. Ciao.
You guys make sure you check out Clelia as well as the other, the Clelia's Anna Vespa, as well as all the other projects coming in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we really, really appreciate you joining us today. Thank you, and we'll be right back here. Actually, I forgot one very important thing.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much to Sylvia, our amazing
thank
translator.
you, my pleasure.
Really
It's my
appreciate you
pleasure.
coming in. Awesome interview. Thank you, Clelia, so much.
Ciao.
Fantastic work. We'll be right back with more from the official North Carolina Film Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival being held this year at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. I'm here with founder and executive director of Eno River Media, Mr. Anthony Dowling. Hello, sir.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
So today's been going pretty good.
Yes, amazing.
I'm very excited.
Good attendance. The facility is awesome. The folks running the facility are awesome.
Absolutely.
And I've been able to talk to quite a few filmmakers, and they're so excited that we're able to showcase their film.
Yeah, it's being here at the New Bern Civic Theater is really cool this year. Over the past few years, we've had the North Carolina Film Festival in Havelock at the Nightmare Factory, and New Bern for a couple years at the main campus of the Craven Community College. And so now this is the 4th annual physical official North Carolina Film Festival, but Eno River Media was running a film festival for about a decade online. Can you talk a little bit about that before?
It was called the North Carolina Film Awards, and they started out fairly small and eventually grew to some international acclaim because it was North Carolina, the North Carolina Film Festival. And back then, though, we called it awards because we always had hopes to go to a physical situation.
Right.
And here we are. And the judges always talked about it, and you still have some of the judges from that event, that iteration of it, here this year that judged.
Yeah, it was really cool reading some of, because I actually got the opportunity to kind of sneak a glance at some of the judges' thoughts about the films. And the films that are playing tonight, there were 48 films that were official selections of the North Carolina Film Festival this year, and 22 of them are showing on the big screen in the auditorium next door. And all of the films were rated at a final score of 8 or above out of a score of 1 to 10. So the 22 films that are showing today are just fantastic, made by some incredible filmmakers from all over the world. It's been really, really awesome to be able to talk to them and see everybody. And I have to agree, being at a physical festival, it's completely different. I mean, but you remember when it was all online, what is it like now seeing how far the organization has come?
If you could transport us from back in time, and it was just judges.
Yeah.
It was just judges. To now, they would be stunned. They would be like, in our wildest dreams, we didn't think we'd be here. This is an awesome facility. It's the Athens Theater in New Bern.
Yep.
And they've revamped it, renovated it, and the main theater is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy because we found out that it started as a vaudeville theater 100 years ago in the early 1900s. The New Bern Civic Theater was a vaudeville theater, and then once vaudeville kind of started going on the way out and films and talkies and the pictures started coming in, the New Bern Civic Theater turned into a movie theater. And so it was a movie theater for a long, long time until I guess in the past few decades they've turned it now into a performing arts theater where they have plays and stuff. And that's what we were used to coming to as locals here in the city of New Bern. And so it's really awesome, and we're very excited to be here now with the North Carolina Film Festival.
Well, and the North Carolina Film Festival has a very storied history. It was started in, I believe it's 1978 in Chapel Hill by some cinephiles there. And it was one of the first independent film festivals in the United States.
Oh, wow.
The other ones were ran by major studios or big events, big cities, something like that. This was done by the citizens of Chapel Hill. And that group morphed into a video club. And then in that transition, they started using the North Carolina Museum of Art, where they held the film festival. And then there was a period where they didn't do very much. And one of their folks handed it over to the beginning folks for Eno River Media back in 98, 99. And then we took it, worked with it a while, and then, 2012 maybe? No, sooner than that. In the aughts something, 2007 or 8, we started the online process.
Right.
And then we did that for about a decade, and then we transitioned over. So we're back to a physical location like they started.
Wow.
And
full circle.
Yeah, very much so. You know what's cool is New Bern is a city known for their love of the arts.
Yeah.
And it's cool to be here in this environment, very southern. It's just a very unique feel when you walk down the streets, the main street.
Absolutely.
And I think it's a wonderful place for a film festival.
Oh, yeah, and it's crazy because you and I have talked for years about wanting to film something down here.
We will.
We will. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. We've been talking for so long about this area. And, you know, just with New Bern's interest in the arts, I just feel personally, especially, you know, now that we've been doing the physical North Carolina Film Festival for a few years, I just feel like this is the perfect place for it. Just the history and kind of where we're at and what's going on in the location and the people in the area. It just seems like the perfect fit. And we actually just received the date for next year. So we can officially say for the first time that the 2023 North Carolina Film Festival will return to the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater on July 29th of 2023. That'll be the last Saturday in July next year.
Okay. That's spectacular.
That's the first time we've been able to say
yes, it is.
A year ahead of time, to the day.
Again, a year of firsts for Eno River.
It's been a really good year for us. I was able to speak with you know, some of the other filmmakers throughout the day, asking them all the questions about their projects. And then I kind of wanted to end it with like some cool, fun questions that I was asking them. So if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you some of those questions now.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the first one...
You see, I'm thrilled.
So the first one is, what are 2 films that you absolutely love?
E.T.
Okay, that's a good one. Nobody said that today. That's a great one.
Lawrence of Arabia.
Really? So those are okay, awesome. Wow, look, bam, bam. You came right out with them. Okay.
We're in the industry.
Those are fantastic. Yeah, right, those are good. Those are good. So, is there a movie quote that is burned into your brain that you could recite that you know that's kind of stuck with you?
Well, E.T. Phone Home.
Yeah, okay, very good.
We Are Not Alone.
See, you got a couple of them.
Oh yeah. You Can't Hear Anyone Scream in Space.
Oh yeah, yeah. There you go. Is that Alien?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
awesome,
the first
awesome.
one. And Frankly, My Dear, I Don't Give a Damn. Gone with the Wind.
You know, it's funny. When I was in, I think it was 6th or 7th grade, our theater teacher had printed out these quotes from movies and hung them on the back of the stage. And one of them was, Frankly, My Dear, I Don't Give a Damn. And one of these parents got so upset about there being a curse word on the wall that they came in and made them take it down. And that's what I think about every time somebody says, frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn. I'm like, oh, yeah, hey, I remember where I learned that quote from.
It took a lot of arm twisting for that to get through the regulators.
Really?
Yeah, the folks that screened the movies way back when. And they did a lot of arm twisting because that was on the edge. That might be one of the first times in a major studio movie that somebody cussed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, see, and that makes sense. I mean, because you tell us all the time, you know, like, let's try to do some scripts with no cussing, because it does limit the audience. You know, it can absolutely limit the audience. And we had some filmmakers earlier that their whole project was built off of working with kids in the theater school.
Correct.
And they made it to the official North Carolina Film Festival. They were very highly rated and scored in and made it to the film festival working with nothing but kids. And I asked them, I was like, people say it's very difficult to work with animals and to work with children. You know, how did you do that? And they're like, lots of patience. So that makes sense. So my final question is, what is a movie that, this would probably be very difficult for you because I feel like you've seen everything. What is a movie that is very popular and tons of people have seen it, but you've either never seen it or you just don't really care for it? Mine was Harry Potter.
No, I've seen those.
Not that I don't like them, I've just never seen them. What was that one that we watched with Timothy Chalamet, the black and white one? That movie was so boring.
Yeah, but we saw it.
Yeah, we did watch it. Yeah, oh yeah, that's right.
I don't. Nothing comes to mind
You
of
like
a
all of them,
movie.
I
I
think.
do. Because there's usually some aspect of the movie that's like, wow, look at that. Look at that. Look what they did there. And that's what happens when you're in the industry for a while, and you know how they're made. You start looking at what it takes in your head while you're watching it to get that shot.
Yeah,
You know, stuff like that. And the problem is, I wouldn't be able to say if I didn't like it if I didn't see it.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
So what it is there a
Well,
movie
that's part
that
of
I
it too, if
haven't
there's one that you haven't seen, yeah.
that everybody else has? Unless somebody would come up with something.
That's a hard one, huh?
Yeah, it is.
So you actually go to film festivals, and you've watched a lot of independent films.
A lot of documentaries. I love the
I like documentaries,
Durham's
too.
International Full Frame Documentary Film Festival. That's awesome. They do a grand job. River Run in the state does a grand job. Cucaloris.
Oh yeah, now I'd love to go to Cucaloris.
Does a
down in
grand
Wilmington.
job. They're all over that city too.
Yeah.
When they do it, they have all sorts of different locations. So you get to put in, how many are we showing? 20 something?
22.
22. Think about that.
Yeah.
You could be here and see 22 films. And that's covered by one ticket,
Yeah,
right? You
yeah.
don't, a lot of
12
these,
hours.
Yeah, a lot of these you'd have to buy 22 different tickets for all those.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah. We're a good deal.
Oh yeah, that's true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank Mr. Anthony Dowling for joining us today, our executive director and founder of Eno River Media. We're spending the rest of the evening here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater. We're here for the official 4th annual North Carolina Film Festival. We're getting very close to the awards ceremony. That's going to be happening in about an hour and 5 minutes.
Are you going to give them a hint?
As to who's going to win?
Yeah.
I don't know. You'll have to stay tuned. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back here at the official North Carolina Film Festival. 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival. I'm your host, Justin Yates. We are here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater, and we have with us right now Mr. Mark Albertson. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. This is
Mr.
it's
Albertson
very exciting.
is the filmmaker behind Beaufort Remembers.
Yes, and I'm very proud and really ecstatic that we are a finalist here at your film festival. That film, it has meant a lot to me, and it was a really a great experience to work on, Justin. I'd been to many parts of North Carolina before, but I had never been to the coast, really, of North Carolina. And coming to Beaufort and learning to say it, first of all, correctly, was a real eye-opener, because I'm down here, I live in Georgia, and we go to Beaufort, South Carolina. And the first time I went there, everybody was like, you need to fix that. If you're going to be interviewing people, they don't want you to be messing up the name while you're asking them about the town they live in. That's really a big no-no. So I learned real quickly how to say it. But I want to tell you right off, if it wasn't for a number of really wonderful people, that film would not have happened. There was what they called the Beaufort Documentary Group. And the first one that I can tell you that really got involved with that was Joanne Hoffman, a very good friend of mine, who contacted me, who had seen other films that I've done. And she said, Mark, I would love to have you do a documentary on Beaufort, where I live right now. You need to do this. And I thought, well, maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. But she got together with a number of her friends that live there in Beaufort. Judy Adams, Liz Burke, Jeanette Holland, they all met on a regular basis and started talking about this idea. Well, it grew and it grew and it grew, and we had a meeting with the city of Beaufort and got the city involved. Next thing you know, I was there filming. And it was a magical experience. Beaufort is a really cool town. If the viewers that are watching this haven't been there, it's worth the trip. I mean, from Augusta, where I live, it's 6 hours, but it was well worth it, because it's just such a quaint little town. There's so many beautiful places. The architecture of the old homes is phenomenal. The history, the seafood is phenomenal. And then the islands that surround that area are beautiful. You know, you have what they call Carrot Island, which is literally just across the locals call it the Cut. And that's basically Taylor Creek. But you go across Taylor Creek and you go to Carrot Island, and there's wild horses out there. And it's just gorgeous. And there's so much history there, you know, in making the film, I learned so much about the community. It was phenomenal.
It is a very interesting community. I've lived here for about 15 years, and I remember seeing the horses on the island the first time you take a boat and go out, and you're like, well, how do those horses get out there? So, you know, it's cool that you mentioned that. And, you know, filmmakers go through the process, you know, of trying to pick the story that they want to tell. And, you know, we're artists, you know, filmmakers are artists. And so could you talk a little bit about, you know, how this project got started? And, you know, you mentioned a couple of the people, you know, that you couldn't have done it without. You know, talk a little bit about your team and, you know, kind of what it took you guys to get, you know, officially selected and where you're at now.
So thank you for the question there. Yeah, so it's basically, when the film started out, you know, just an idea, you know, how long are we going to make this? What is going to be involved with it? And what I find happens, I've done numerous documentaries on different cities around the country, but usually what happens is you've got to kind of it's like a ship, it's like a sailboat. You've got to kind of let the wind take you the direction it's going to take you. I mean, you've got to be really fluid and be really able to compensate with changes that might happen quickly. One of the things that we noticed right away was we were concerned about how many people we could get. And I think the people that contacted me, Joanne Hoffman and Judy and some of the others, they could see what was happening, and it's happening everywhere. You know, people are getting older, they're passing on. We're losing these stories of the past. And so in a way, it was almost an oral history project. Let's preserve these stories before they're gone. Let's do a 2-hour interview with somebody, and then we can pull the nuggets out from that interview to put in a documentary. And so it started out kind of in that angle, and then it developed and developed and developed. And we started learning so many pieces of the puzzle from these people. Because, you know, one person will tell you, you know, well, we could hear during World War II, we could hear, you know, the explosions way off the coast, you know, with World War II, with the U-boats and what have you, the German U-boats during World War II. You think how close the enemy was to our country, it blows you away. And then you hear about the fishing industry there, the Manhattan, the Manhattan fishing that they had, the fish that they caught, the mullet and what have you, and that people in the town, it's like nobody did anything that was not connected with the fishing industry. Everybody was connected with the fishing industry, with employment in the town during that time. And it was a huge industry, and I never thought of that. You know, I mean, it's like, wow, that's really amazing. And the other thing I want to talk to you about, and I'm kind of diverting from your question a little bit, but I want to put these points in there.
No,
if
go
you've
ahead.
never been there, pardon? If you've never been there, the other thing.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. The other thing that's interesting is that there's an accent, a definite accent you get when you're there. If you find some of these people that were from what they call down east, and what that is basically some of the islands that are off the coast there. And you're smiling. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. It sounds like you're over in England.
Parker's Island.
Because,
oh yeah.
Oh, it blew me away. I heard this guy and he was talking. I said, well, boy, they get a lot of tourists, I guess, from overseas over here, you know? No, he lives here. And it's like that rich British accent is still alive and well there. It's like it hasn't gone away. It hasn't been homogenized yet. So that was cool. And then they're just the things that they would say, you know, they told me I was from off. And I was like, excuse me? They say, you're from off. They have these terms they use, and maybe again, it comes with the whole British dialect thing, but being from off means you're not from there. And if you're not from Beaufort, I don't care if you're in Morehouse City or Morehead City or, you know, all the way over to Augusta, Georgia, you're from off. And you know, and the cut, you know, that's what they call that creek. And when they were kids, they would swim across the cut to Carrot Island, which would have been an interesting experience. So the film is packed with these different stories, and I made it into chapters as we were going along. Basically, you know, when I'm editing, that's the easiest way, and you know what I'm talking about. You've got to have it in categories. You've got to have chapters for the thing, and I created chapters based on what they were telling me. So I took a lot of these interviews and it's like, okay, Mr. Jones said this. Well, the woman I interviewed this morning said this. Yes, we can put them together in the same folder. And then we start building that folder. Next thing you know, I've got 30 interviews talking about swimming in the cut. You know what I mean? And it's just, it just grows from there. And then when it comes to the editing, that gets actually somewhat easy at that point because you've got all your content that you need to put in place, just a matter of what goes where and how you're going to make it flow. So it was really great that we were very fortunate. We had a lot of support and a lot of really good people behind the scenes that helped out with this.
What would you say is probably one of the biggest lessons that you learned? Because with each project, it seems like you learn something new to take on to the next one. And I've said it a million times today, you know, with every experience, you can't come out the other end without having, you know, some sort of takeaway. So what would you feel like you learned the most about doing this one?
Well, it kind of, the thing that kind of blew me away about Beaufort was their racial history. I've done documentaries on a lot of other communities, and in the 1950s and 60s, things got really nasty. And there was a lot of really bad issues in these towns that I've done documentaries on. Jacksonville, Florida, I did one on. They had this thing called the Axe Handle Riot. I mean, just horrible stuff happened. Beaufort was relatively peaceful. I mean, at least from what we heard from the African American community and the people we talked with. And what I think was the thing that made that community different than a lot of other communities was that there was no real wealth. I mean, there was wealth there, but it was not like other cities where you have these class structures. Beaufort was a working class town in those days. Blacks and whites worked on boats. They worked involved in manual labor. There was African American captains. There was white captains. There were black workers. There were white workers. They all worked together. And they worked long, hard hours, working in the ocean with salt water. Their hands would peel and blister from pulling in these nets. It was really tough, miserable work that they had to perform. But I really didn't hear too much, which surprised me. I thought, you know, you're going to pick up on that wherever you go in this country. I don't care how big or how small the city,
Right.
There's issues. There were issues, but again, nothing like other cities that I've been to and done interviews on. So that was somewhat refreshing. I'll tell you, that was nice to hear that they generally got along pretty well together, considering there was still segregation and things that were wrong, but it was lesser than other places I've been.
So you mentioned, that's very interesting, and you mentioned that you've done documentaries on other cities. You know, what is it about this type of work, about this specific type of filmmaking, this genre, that interests you the most as an artist? Why is this what you feel like you have to say to the world?
My goal is two-pronged. One, it is to preserve our past through oral histories. I've done thousands of oral histories since I started this career back in 2000, and interviewed people for the Veterans History Project and other projects. I mean, hundreds here and there. I mean, just over the years, there's quite a few that I've interviewed. And that is the first thing, because we can't go forward unless we learn from the past. And when you hear a story from someone, it's so much more powerful than reading it in a book. When you hear somebody telling you about an experience during World War II or the Great Depression or the Civil Rights Movement, it leaves an impression on you, and it shapes you. And it's a personal story, because when you hear somebody's voice crack and a tear come to their eye, it's real. It's there. The other thing about this is to make history entertaining, make it so that people want to learn about this, that when I'm gone, hopefully quite a few years from now, I'll have left something behind. I'll have left a legacy behind, that these interviews, the raw interviews that we've done, will be in historical societies or in, Library of Congress or whatever, for future generations to learn from.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense. That really makes a lot of sense. That's really cool, actually. How can people find your work? How can they how can people keep up with you? And I know that Beaufort Remembers probably isn't out right now because it's going through the festival circuit.
Right.
But eventually, how can people find you? How can people see some of your other work?
So you can go to my website, which is scrapbookvideo.net. So it's my business. I started off because of the oral histories. I was thinking, let's call it Scrapbook Video, because it's kind of like a scrapbook, an old black scrapbook that you open the pages, see these old black and white pictures. Scrapbookvideo.net, and that'll get you to samples of my trailers from all the different films that I've done over the years, and see more of that. There's talk right now with North Carolina Public Television to actually air Beaufort Remembers across the state, and we're working on getting that resolved. So that'll be in the future. Got to do some trimming. It's over an hour, and they've got their time constraint. It's like 56 minutes and something. So I've got to do some.
Yeah, it's wild
judicious...
when they do that for like they're like 56 and 12 seconds, or it's
exactly
32 minutes
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right.
So I've got to do some serious but very judicious edits on it to cut some things out. But we're really honored to have that happen. And again, I'm tickled that this is premiering there, because I think a lot of people that watch it will come away going, I had no idea. There's just so many interesting stories about the coastal part of North Carolina, and you're getting a real good taste of it with this film.
Yeah, you have some people in the crowd here that I met earlier.
Awesome.
Here and supporting the film. That's awesome.
I love that. That's awesome to hear that. I'm really tickled that they're there, because we had a lot of people behind the scenes, Justin, that were helping us out.
That's awesome. That's good. You could tell it was a really good project just from some of the people that I've spoken with today. There was even a filmmaker from another project, Cher Brown.
Cher and her husband did some of the drone footage in this video. I needed a.
Oh wow! Okay, that's a.
So at the opening of this film, when it starts, which it's already started, but you see the water, and then it shows the title of the film, and it pans up the skyline of Beaufort. And they did that really cool shot for us. And I said, that would be a really nice way to open the film. Just to start off with a real cool bit of music, have the water so people are looking at it going, what's going on here? And then you pan up and there's the skyline. And Beaufort has a gorgeous skyline.
Yes, definitely. Well, Mr. Albertson, we really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for your submission to the North Carolina Film Festival. I just want to remind you that once the 9 o'clock hour hits, we're going to be doing that award ceremony. It's going to be inside the auditorium. That award ceremony actually will be able to be viewed via the live stream. And then you can always reference this video afterwards. After it cuts out of the live feed, it'll just turn into a video on that YouTube channel, and then you can share it as you like.
Well, Justin, thanks a million. As I say, I speak for the crew that was involved. We're honored that this is being shown there tonight. Thanks again for the interview and all y'all have done for helping the film industry.
Absolutely, sir. We really appreciate that. Your film was very well received, and we look forward to your future projects. Thank you so much, Mr. Albertson.
Thank you.
All
Take
right,
care,
everybody.
Justin.
We'll be right back with more from the official North Carolina Film Festival. Thank you, Mr. Albertson.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival. I'm your host, Justin Yates, and there's nothing on here. Oh, okay. It's okay. We're live. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here with Mr. Jim Ford from the film Small World. How are you, Mr. Ford?
I'm doing good. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming. So you drove all the way down from New York City?
All the way from New York. And
New York State or New York City?
Work in New York City, but I'm just outside, about 30 minutes outside the city. Yep.
Wow, awesome. Well, really appreciate you submitting and for taking the time to come down and actually be here in person. It's awesome to be able to interview you.
Yeah. I always like to try and aim for a festival in a place I've never been to or a place I kind of want to see. You know, it always works out.
Awesome.
Kind of like, so I've never been to New Bern, and I'm enjoying the city so
Very
far.
cool.
And learning about it. Yeah.
Well, welcome. Tell us a little bit about Small World.
Yeah, so the film is, it's called Small World, and it's about these two strangers. They travel, halfway across the world to this distant foreign land, and, they meet at a bar. They have no idea who one another is, and after just a quick conversation, they start to realize that, wow, they're from the same state, and that they may even be from the same town, and the coincidences just keep rolling.
Small world.
Small world, yeah. So it's short and sweet, and it's based, I would say maybe 70-80% on a true story. Like, have you ever gone out, maybe you've gone to Florida or you're in California, and me, I'm from Boston, so sometimes I'll see like a Red Sox hat and just be like, oh, hey, you from Massachusetts? Yeah. Oh, you from Boston? No, Worcester. Hey, I'm from Worcester. And then it's like they're from the next town over, or they're from this. And so that was kind of cool, and that was going on for a while. And I've been making short films since I was a kid. This is probably like my 25th or 26th short.
Oh, wow.
And once it started happening in other countries, that's when I was like, all right, we gotta.
There's something here.
We're gonna put something in here. And so a lot of people ask, like, well, where did the story come from, and how did you decide to make it? And this is kind of an interesting story. So I recently published this book called My Take on All 50 States, and it's a memoir about film, working in film and television, and traveling to the United States, because I travel for film festivals. I'm a full-time actor and stuntman.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and so over the years, I've been doing it for about 16, 17 years. I've been to all 50 states, mostly just for, for film and television. And then, of course, I got to check off Arkansas and a couple of those. But so the book was about all 50 states. And so I had the story, Small World, that, took place in Spain. And everybody really liked the story. And even the publishers and the editors were like, Jim, this is a fantastic story, but it has nothing to do with the through line of this book. Like, it has nothing to do with, film and television. It has nothing to do with traveling in the United States. And I was like, well, couldn't it be a quick detour? Like, it's such a, and they were like a hard no. And it's so hard when you've already written something to get rid of it.
Yeah.
It's painful. Begrudgingly, I like get rid of it. And then I think it was like a week or so, I was like, wait a minute.
I need that.
That's my next short.
Yeah.
And so then I already had it in like book format, which I've never really written before. And so it was a quick kind of translation to get it into a script. And I sent it to some guys, my trusted companions. And they were like, yeah, this is good. And we just kind of tweaked the ending and played around a little bit with the ending. And yeah, it was good to go. And that's kind of the start of it.
That's really cool.
Good, yeah.
That's really cool. One of the things that we talk about, and I've mentioned it to every single filmmaker doing the interviews today, is just the learning process. When you set out to make one of these movies, whether it's a short, a feature, a music video, doesn't matter what it is, you kind of have an idea in your head about what is going to take place, and then you realize, oh my goodness, wow, there's all this stuff I didn't know, all this stuff that I've learned. Like, what is something that you probably didn't expect that you learned from this? And you've done a lot of them, so you know that every time, it's just you're learning a little bit more. What was it about this one that you learned?
Well, I think what I learned, it kind of, solidified. It was just persistence, and not, kind of settling. And the biggest challenge, the biggest hurdle for this was finding a location. Because this idea was so universal. I mean, everyone that read it was like, oh yeah, this is great. This is perfect. This is just short and sweet, and it just works. It's cute. And so what we didn't want to happen was we didn't want it to look like, we filmed it in like my uncle's bar, or like my friend's, cousin has a pub, like, and we put like Corona to make it. We wanted it to feel, because the more foreign the film felt, the funnier the kind of release was, or the joke was at the end. And so it just had to feel authentic. And so we scouted honestly like over 70, maybe 80 bars before
Really?
we found it. Yeah, and it wasn't like, we just took off work and 9 to 5. It wasn't like 40 hours a week. We were looking.
It's a process. It takes a while.
But it was in between other projects.
Yeah,
We sort of
yeah.
had the script. It was good to go. It was solid. And then we just kept, we'd have some business drinks, some business lunches.
Of course,
and
yeah.
And then, we were like, well, we're not going to do it unless we find that location.
Yeah.
And there were some places we looked in Manhattan. We looked in Massachusetts, Boston. We looked in Connecticut. We looked up upstate New York. Some places just wouldn't give us permission.
Yeah, yeah.
There were just some places
They're like, no, you can't do
Yeah,
that.
there were some Chinese food restaurants that actually had some cool like service bars
Yeah.
that were like, oh, this would work because it had like all, and they were just like, nope, they didn't like our generators, they didn't like our insurance. It was a mess. And then we finally stumbled upon this place in East Rutherford, New Jersey, and it was a brand new restaurant, which I think is the only reason they let us film there because they just
Yeah.
opened, right? And it was a German tequila bar. A German tequila bar, and then upstairs they had an event space that they were getting ready to like rent out, and the wife was like into weird art or whatever, and she was trying to make it look like it was from Thailand, like a themed bar. So it had all sorts of stuff going on.
That's cool.
It was almost perfect, and she, when I approached her, we didn't have a huge budget. She was like, "This is amazing! Like, oh my God, I love the idea!" Like, and she brought in all. If you watch it, like, she brought in some Buddha statues. She brought in like. We had all the set dressers put different, foreign bottles of sake and everything. And so, and one other thing too, we kind of went the extra mile with this, is we did a casting for the background, and we wanted them to be different ethnicities. And so if you watch, it's real quick at the opening. There's maybe only 5 or 6 extras, but like, you've got the bartender, the wait, they're all from different countries. One of them from Cuba, one of them from
That's
Japan,
cool.
one of them from India, so you don't know where it is, but it just feels really far.
That's really interesting.
So when the story goes way out, it just kind of comes back down. Yeah.
It's wild being able to, talk to the filmmakers because it's art. It's all art, and art is so subjective, and there's all this emotion involved, and there's this vision and this feeling, and one person can watch a movie and somebody else can watch a movie and have two completely different outlooks on it. And so it's awesome always to be able to speak with the filmmakers and hear about just some of the wild things that took place that you don't even realize it took to make a short film.
Yeah,
When you mention persistence, it's like that's probably like the number one key to being a good filmmaker is just never stopping, because you'll be at the 21st person that says no, and then 22 you found the bar where you got to do the
then
actual
you got
film
it.
at.
Yeah, that was a good part of
So, talking about, just persistence and the things that you've learned and everything, what advice would you have for filmmakers that are maybe just starting out or they haven't done 25 films, but they have a passion for it and they want to get into a film festival, they want to win awards, they want to be in the industry? What advice would you have for young filmmakers or people just trying to get there?
Well, I don't want to give away too many secrets because they're going to be my competition next year. But you want to have fun. Some of these people. I mean, I've been on this too as an actor, and you're stressing out and you're taking yourself too seriously. And it's like a lot of times with the shorts, people aren't making $1 million. You gotta just keep it light and make it fun. I mean, do your stuff. Do your research and do your homework before, rehearse. All that. But like. Keep it light and remember, everyone's here because they're having fun. So really just enjoy yourself. And then I think to the new guys, like just starting out, I would say, something that's very overlooked is that, credits are part of the movie. And I've seen some kids with some pretty awesome stuff, and then they have like credits that are like, 8 minutes long, and the short film's like 7, and they're thanking their neighbor's dog, and 5 pages. It's like you can put
their name is like 15, written by,
and then another card and all that. It's part of the movie. And so I think with some of the festivals they're getting a lot of stuff. I mean that. Push comes to shove, I would just keep those credits short. Like unless you've rented a train and have like $1 million explosion or something.
That's cool. That's good advice. That's interesting. So we've been getting to the end, and I've been asking the filmmakers if I could ask a couple just kind of like personal fun questions.
Sure, yeah.
So the first one is, could you just name 2 movies that you really love?
Okay, the first one is a 1980s cult classic BMX movie called Rad. If you haven't heard of it, it's amazing. It's about this guy, Crew Jones, and he's got a paper route. Remember, we were all doing the BMX
Yeah,
back in
yeah.
the day, and the big shots come to town, and there's this huge like BMX race and event, and sponsored by everything. And
Right.
you have to have a sponsor to get the race.
Yeah.
But Crew Jones, he's got the thunder in his heart. He wants to do it. The locals come behind him, and it's a hometown hero type story.
That's
It's got an amazing
awesome.
soundtrack, and I don't know, Tyler Cher or whatever, the Rocky's wife or something.
Uh-huh.
Like
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
one of the
yeah.
executive producers, and she's the mother in it.
Oh,
and it's
wow.
amazing. And I don't know the full story. I've met some of the guys, some of the BMX guys. Amazing film. Something was going on with it that they didn't want the rights to get out, and it was like the last movie to be available. Like it's literally just now like available to watch
Really?
online. Yeah,
Oh,
to
wow,
buy for
that's
DVD.
crazy.
Yeah, they just didn't want to cave to Netflix or cave to anything, so you can finally watch Rad.
Oh, wow,
So
that's
it's
awesome.
It's an amazing movie. And then my second one is The Rock.
Oh, with Nicolas Cage?
Nicolas
and-
Cage.
oh, Welcome to the Rock.
Welcome to
Oh,
the
I
Rock.
love it. Yeah,
And
that's
it's-
one of my favorites.
It's such a good. I was talking the other day, like, what's a good
That is
popcorn
a
movie? What's a
really
good guilty
good
pleasure? And I'm like, I don't even know that it is a guilty pleasure movie. It's just so well made.
It is.
It's that perfect, like, fish out of water scenario where he's the scientist that's not the field agent.
Yeah.
And
It just has all the stuff.
It's got all the elements, and one of my favorite chase scenes, because I do like car chases, is the Ferrari versus the Hummer.
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, the nimbleness, but you've got the
back then, those cars were like, the Hummer hadn't been around, that style of Hummer hadn't been around for very long. So it's like you've seen those cars, and you're just like, whoa, this is serious right here.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
So that's
a
good.
good
I
one.
mean, my favorite line from that, I mean, obviously the winners go home and fuck the prom queens, the big one. I don't know if I can say the F word. But I like that thing when he's like, dude, you just wrecked your Ferrari. He turns around and he goes, it wasn't mine.
Yeah.
That's my favorite line from that one.
Have you seen the new Nicolas Cage movie where he's in it?
Oh, no, I just got the trailer. Yeah, I'm going to watch it. Someone just sent it.
You
So
have
I
to
can't wait
check
to watch
it out.
that
That's
one.
really
Yeah.
cool.
Yep.
So, what is a movie quote? Do you have a movie quote in your head that was like memorized or has stuck with you over the years?
Yeah, ask me who Ray Finkel is.
Who's Ray Finkel?
Soccer style kicker, graduate from College High, June 1977. Stetson Honor graduate, May 1980. Holds 2 NCAA Division I records, one for most points in the season, one for longest drive. Former nickname the Mule, only professional athlete ever to come out of College High and won. Hell of a model American.
Ace
Ventura won.
Ventura! That was awesome.
One of my favorite
Definitely
quotes.
my favorite quote of the day right
yeah,
there.
that's one of my
Okay.
favorite
Oh
quotes,
man,
yeah.
we almost need to end it right there. But I have one more question. So, what is a movie that is really popular that a bunch of people have seen that you either don't like or you've never seen it before?
Well, so this is, I don't know how this happened. It's Jurassic Park, the original.
What?
I know. I'm a borderline cinephile. I've seen so many movies.
Oh,
I love
wow.
every movie, old and young, and for whatever reason, when it came out, I don't know, I just didn't get there, and people just kept hyping it up, and time went on, and it's been on the list, and now with CGI, I don't know, but
Now, have you seen
Jurassic
any
Park.
of the ones? Have you seen any of the other Jurassic
No,
Park?
no,
Okay,
I
well
haven't.
that's good.
Yeah.
Because the first one really is the best, and it's kind of low on the CG and everything.
Yeah.
They try to make a lot of that stuff. So that's the only movie that I have seen on VHS, on DVD, in the drive-in,
Oh, wow.
and in the theater.
Wow.
Because I remember when it came out, our parents took us to see it in the drive-in.
Okay.
And that was like one of the only movies I ever saw in the drive-in.
Wow.
I remember they were telling us, they were like, it's at 9 o'clock tonight, the show's, and I was like, watching the clock
Oh,
the
getting
whole
ready.
time,
Yeah, you don't want to
know,
miss
just
it. Yeah,
waiting.
I'm not going to miss this one, yeah.
Well, I really appreciate it, Mr. Ford. It sucks. Our time's been out for a minute, but I just keep wanting to
Okay.
talk to you. I really appreciate it. Thank
Yeah.
you for driving all the way down.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
So how can people find out more about you? How can people eventually see the film you mentioned?
So this one has enjoyed a very wonderful festival run so far. So it's already online. This is kind of winding down. So my website's jimford.com. Jim Ford, like the car. jimford.com, and you can go on there, and there's Forest Fire Production section. You can watch all my shorts, and you can even get that book, My Take on All 50 States, if you want. And there's some other great stories in there I think you'll enjoy.
Awesome.
Yeah. So.
Awesome. Well, make sure that you check out Jim Ford online. Make sure that you search for Small World, and keep an eye on this filmmaker, Jim Ford. Fantastic guy. Thank you so much, Mr. Ford.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back with more from the live set here at the beautiful New Bern Civic Theater for the 4th annual North Carolina Film Festival. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the official North Carolina Film Festival. I'm your host, Justin Yates, here with David Richardson of the officially selected Fly Fishing. How are you, David?
Sorry, it looks my sound cut out right as we went live.
Oh, no, that's okay. I can hear you. There's a little bit of a delay, but when you watch it back, it's fine. And people at home, I don't think they're seeing that delay. But I can hear it too. We're definitely good to go.
Sorry,
though.
I can't
Oh,
hear
you can't
at
hear
all.
me at all?
No.
Hang on one second. That's okay. Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go. Yeah.
There we go.
Sorry.
Okay, awesome. So we're here with David Richardson from the film Fly Fishing. And David, congratulations on your official selection. And if you could just tell us a little bit about the project.
Yeah, so this film, the idea kind of came about as a pitch for my senior film when I was in college. The film didn't get greenlit, so I ended up not being able to do it. I got put on a different film and worked on that one with some friends. But, you know, blessings in disguise, it means I got to, you know, completely direct it myself after we graduated. I got to pick who got to work on it. Basically, I got to be the top dog and make all the decisions instead of, you know, having my school have their fingers in my pie. But it was a fun experience.
And look what happened.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And look what happened. You're officially selected in the North Carolina Film Festival, doing your thing. Congratulations. That's awesome.
Yeah, things tend to work out. Like, you know, maybe not at first, but eventually they'll work out. Just, you know, keep going. But yeah, we kind of got started around the time the pandemic hit, and we all were like twiddling our thumbs for a few weeks, and we were like, let's do something. So me and a bunch of people I graduated with, we just decided, let's make a film. So we got together and we took the idea that I had from my pitch, and we just kind of ran with it. It changed a lot. You know, the thing with cooperating, you know, people throw their ideas in, and you can't always say no because sometimes people have better ideas than you. So, but it was.
Hey, that's true.
It was
That's
a
a
lot
good
of
point.
fun. Yeah. And I'm very grateful for them helping me out because it wasn't until we like put in for the Kickstarter, because we put in a Kickstarter. None of us were sound designers at all, so we were like, we need music for this. Let's throw out, you know, get some people to apply to make the music for us. And we got Ivan Titkov. He'd worked on the film or the shorts that he worked on before, blanking on me, but we looked at a bunch of people's portfolios, and he was the only one who had comedy as something he had done before. So we were like, perfect, we'll go with him. And he made like a great composition for us. And you know, the leftover money, we made merch and stuff for I don't know if you can see my little cat pin up here.
I love it. Yeah, it's when you
character.
jumped on, because that's actually one of the films that I saw. When you jumped on, I recognized the background and the characters.
yeah.
I was like, oh yeah.
Yeah, so it was
Very cool.
good.
Very
We
cool.
had,
So
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, we, you know, the leftover money, I ended up being able to pay my friends, so that was, you know, a good thing that happened. They, you know, grateful to them. They were all, yeah, we'll do it for free. We'll do it for stuff for our portfolios, things we can show to studios. But I did end up getting to compensate them even a little bit, which was nice.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Your film was very well received by the judges here. It's one of the finalists up for and nominated for an award tonight for Best Animated Short. So what would you say is some advice that you have for filmmakers that are either just getting their start or they're trying to figure out, you know, should they push forward with this project? I mean, you especially, you know, with your story about wanting to do this in school, but then kind of waiting and then afterwards being able to kind of do it your own way. What's some advice that you would give to other filmmakers about completing their project and being nominated and officially selected to film festivals?
My advice would be, don't let anything stop you. Like, even if you don't know, like, what you're doing, jump in. Like, you'll learn along the way. You'll figure it out as you go. You know, the only thing that can stop you from going forward is not taking that first step. You might stumble a bit along the way, but you'll get there eventually. Yeah.
That's really good advice. That's really good advice. Would you say that there is a huge lesson that you learned from this project? Would you feel like there's a big takeaway that that you, through your experience in doing fly fishing, that you'll take throughout the rest of your filmmaking career?
Just keep going. Like there were times where I was like, it's kind of lulling. People have busy schedules and we're having a hard time, like, getting together sometimes. But even having to take like a break here and there, I, kept going, got back to it eventually. We finished it within like 2 years. So no matter what your time span is, just keep going.
Very cool. That's really, really very, very good advice. So we've been getting to the end, and I've been asking the filmmakers, if I could ask you a couple fun questions. So if you wouldn't mind humoring me, could you please tell me 2 of your favorite movies?
So there's like a lot of movies, but 2 short films that stick out in my mind a lot are X Story, which is this cool little like sci-fi film, like animated short, with like a twist protagonist, and that's a really cool one. The visuals for that one are also really stunning. That was some of the concept art we had for this film. The style, like the really like light, muted pastel colors were really good. And then the next one is Blind Eye, which is a Goblins film. That one also is very like stylized, very like beautiful to watch. The storyline is great, and that one's very like don't follow blindly around people because they might not know what they're talking about. But those are great. All like tons of classic DreamWorks films. All that stuff's really good.
Oh yeah. Is there a movie quote that you have that's one of your favorites, maybe burned into your head?
It's kind of funny. It's kind of silly, but every now and then when I'm about to like rant a story from my childhood, I'll quote Pumbaa from The Lion King. Just go, "When I was a young warthog." And it's just silly little lines like that. I think are like the best quotes.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
It doesn't have to be some big profound quote. Just anything that you like that sounds good and sticks in your head.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's cool to hear of the different answers from all the different filmmakers. It's like we're all in the same industry, but everybody kind of has, their different favorites and their things that they like and they don't like, and the different things that inspire them. So what would you say is a film that is really popular and tons of people have seen it, but you either don't like it or have never seen it before?
Man, let's see. Films I don't like. I'm very easy to please. There's not a lot of films I've seen that I've gone, didn't like it, or that was really bad or whatever. Well, I say that. There's one. It's not an animated film, but it's the Aragon movie from like years back. They adapted it into film. Right. I saw it and I was like, this is so far removed from the book that it doesn't make sense anymore. But I have heard that they're doing I don't know if it's Netflix or something. They're like readapting it to a show now. I'm really excited to see if they do a good job this time.
Very cool. That's very cool. Was there anything else, David, that you would like to mention to your fans and to the crowd, everybody watching?
Just go watch more stuff. Like, go see things you like. Go watch, collect more things in your brain. Never stop watching, never stop making.
Very cool. Very good advice. Well, thank you so much, David, for your submission. Congratulations and good luck with the rest of your festival run. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you go and check out David Richardson and FlyFit. How can we see more from you, David? Do you have a website or do you have social media for people to follow?
Yeah, I'm David Richardson Animations on Instagram, David Effects on Twitter. I have a website, davidrichardsonanimations.com. There's also a fly fishing Twitter. It's just at Fly Fishing Film. We're probably not going to post more on that now that the film's done. Maybe a few things here and there, but yeah, I'll keep posting more things. Everyone can come see me there.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, David. Again, congratulations
you.
and good luck. We look forward to seeing what you have for us in the future. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back from the official North Carolina Film Festival. do the filmmaker meet and greet. That's going to run for about 45 minutes to an hour. And then, Mr. Hess, did you say that there was a congregation after this?
Oh, at Beartown Market, if you guys want to go.
Okay, so after there's, for those of you that are staying in the area, a few people are going over to Beartown Market after you're going to continue the networking there. So I just want to thank you all for attending today. My name is Justin Yates, the president of Eno River Media. We're the 501c3 nonprofit that puts on the North Carolina Film Festival every year. So it typically travels. We've done it at the Bern Civic, at the main campus here at Creighton Community College at New Bern for a couple of years, at the Nitro Factory last year, and we were honored to be here tonight at the New Bern Civic Theater. In fact, we've already got the date for next year, so we're happy to say that the official North Carolina Film Festival will be returning to New Bern next year, July 29th. Exactly. Same day, -1. Perfect. Yeah, -1. And this is Anthony Dowling right here, the founder of Eno River Media. So we're going to get right to the awards. I know you've been waiting all day. There are a few people that are here. We have framed awards for those that are here. And the other ones that we have are going to go through the mail. So forgive me if you are here, somebody is here, and that wants to come up and accept the award, because I know that there's a couple family members in attendance. Please feel free to do so. So we're going to start out with the best music video. The best music video this year goes to The City Streets for having met the highest standards in the 2022 North Carolina Film Festival, awarded on July 30th. Best music video to The City Streets. Best cinematography. Eno River Media presents the award for best cinematography to A Moment of Humanity for having met the highest standards of excellence at the 2022 North Carolina Film Festival, awarded today, July 30th, 2022. Best cinematography, A Moment. Next is the best performance. Best lead performance this year goes to Deja Anderson Ross for Pictures Only, having met the highest standards of excellence at the 22 North Carolina Film Festival. One more time for best lead performance, Deja. Next is the best supporting role. This goes to Lily Jane in Lioness for having met the highest standards of excellence in the 2022 North Carolina Film Festival. Supporting performance, Lily Jane in Lioness. Next is best animation. The best animation short is going to go to Fly Fishing. Make some noise for Fly Fishing. Congratulations! Fly Fishing, just sitting here for you. Is the best short. Eno River Media presents the award for short to Resilience for having excellence at the 2022 North Carolina Film Festival. Best short to Resilience. And each of these awards were voted on by our panel throughout the year. So all of the winners received the highest ratings of all of the 33 films that were submitted to the festival this year. The best feature, Eno River Media presents the award for best feature to The Gospel of Ted. These filmmakers are in attendance, and if so, you can feel free to come up and say a little piece. Short documentary. So the award for best
You want me to come to you? Would y'all like to come to anything? Oh, no. How are you? No problem. All right, absolutely. Thank you all so much. Thank you all for coming. All right, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations to all of the winners and to everyone for your official North Carolina Festival this year. We're very, very happy to have you all in attendance tonight. And so for the next 50 minutes, we're going to be doing some networking and their meet and greet and next doors. If you guys follow us, it'll be that. I believe the stand is open still. Concession stand